Yo, 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 what's good? Hey, you still muted. You muted.
Oh my gosh, what's popping? What's popping?
Chilling, man. Some more events.
Right.
Oh shit, let me adjust. Yeah, I can see the Kingo, baby. All
There
right,
you go. There you go.
yeah, right. Welcome to another episode of Free Your Mind Podcast, where you come to free your mind and help others free theirs. I'm your co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like the sun and the moon. What's popping?
Okay. I am the other co-host by the name of Selfmade. Got to tap in with yourself to know thyself always. This show is gonna be big on that, probably. I'm assuming today. A different type of time, but
All right,
it's gonna be an interesting one.
a good one, as they say.
Right.
Hey, did you I didn't even I need to blast that link.
What you
Did
talking
you
about?
did you put out the link?
Oh no, that shit. I didn't.
Yeah, because I'm sitting there and I'm looking for the
Let me blast the link out real quick. Y'all, give me a second.
Shout out to the chat. I see we already got 3 people rocking this shit. Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So we're getting this link out. So if y'all want to come pull up.
If y'all trying to pull up one time for the one time, feel free. If I don't got you on Facebook or the group chat, let me know. I'll send you the link personally.
Right?
Let me check. Let me check the other side real quick.
Yeah, no, my bad. I'm sending this G thing out right now too. So we're lit. But yeah, man, hey, Vegas is lit today though. Vegas is kind of lit.
Yeah, what's going on? I have like my I think my fam going out there.
Oh, okay.
I know they got like some football games and shit.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's always popping. But Vegas is out here now. Well,
Right.
stadium. But I was dipping down the strip and shit, and on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Flamingo, either somebody was shooting like a high buzzed ass music video, or they was shooting a fucking movie scene right there.
Mm.
And they had like there you couldn't even walk to that corner without some type of pass and shit. They had security out there heavy, police is out there heavy. And then you see some actors and shit, FBI jackets. There
Okay.
was like hella people they was doing some shit on the ground. I don't know who was out there, so it was kind
Right.
of I was gonna go park my car and go pull up like nigga.
Hey, who out here, man?
Yeah, nigga, I'm the star around this motherfucker.
Real.
But it looked like they had shit lit for whoever it was. I'm pretty sure when it come out, like, you know what I mean? I'll be like, oh, okay, that's what that was. If I, catch wind of it.
Let's start the chat, man. Yeah, what's up with the guy Sebi, man? Oh, can I do this? Oh, there we go. I didn't catch his comment, but yeah, you could join. I just sent you the link, bro.
Who that?
Sebi, he pulled up before.
Oh, Stevie Alkaline. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we in here.
Let me
Comment section probably finna go up. Peace to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat, everybody that's in here early, fucking with us.
Yeah, the chat.
Can't forget about y'all, man. We definitely finna be dealing with the chat a lot today.
I see Miss Royalty on the Facebook early. Shout out to the Facebookers too and the YouTubers.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, and we still doing the raffle at the end of the year to celebrate the 1 year anniversary of the Free Your Mind podcast. So if you ain't subscribed, subscribe if you want to be a part of that raffle, because we're gonna pull everything, all the people off of the YouTube subscribers, put y'all in a little hat or something, draw some names for some gift cards, Amazon gift cards or something. We're gonna figure it out, but to make sure that you are inside of that, raffle, you guys subscribe to the channel.
Right, that's a fact. and the shit's gonna be lit. Again, man, I'm just thinking like it's been a whole fucking year already.
Man, we coming up for reals.
All right, y'all. So if y'all want to, for the people who's watching this shit, I just now put the actual link to join the panel on the actual live post that that's on my Facebook and shit right now. So if y'all want to join through that, it's up. Throughout the duration of this podcast for this show tonight, we're probably going to be constantly throwing it up there, so people ain't got no excuses. How come y'all can't come fuck with us and shit, right?
Yeah, that's a fact. And fair warning, please, just as a disclaimer, if you do jump in here, allow other people to speak. You know what I'm saying? You get your little, you get to rock, you spit your spill, boom. Because I'm not trying to. I know how these shows get specifically. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be the one to mute nobody or to kick nobody backstage for put some niggas in timeout or something. Like, I'm not trying to. We're not trying to do that. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and see, and again, like we understand that sometimes people. I'm gonna say it just like this: we've been having people that's on that came onto the show that's usually either in the chat or like this that don't really come on like that. So maybe you don't have the proper etiquette when it comes down to spilling your spill. So we're going to show a little bit of leniency and shit, right? But if you're just doing too much, we gotta put you in that back seat, or we're gonna have to mute the mic. Like, you know what I mean? So just it's all about a self-respect thing. You respect yourself, just know you're gonna get your shit off, but then just allow people to speak. Hey, you muted again. So
that's it. That's all. Yeah. See, I be forgetting I put myself on mute. I got the young life back here going crazy.
Oh yeah, I hear him. What's back there counting?
Yeah, what is he doing? He over here eating. What you eating? Chips? He's throwing down some chips right now.
But yeah, man. So let's I'm gonna pop this goddamn bottle. We could get straight into it, right?
Let's do it, man.
So the celebrity. I'm gonna start off with the celebrities, right? The celebrities have been pushing, this new. I don't want to say new. I'm gonna just say, this awakening of who we are and shit, right? Allegedly. And this is from the likes of, let's say, Kendrick Lamar, let's say Ice Cube, let's say Nick Cannon, let's say, just all of these big names who have a big platform that have, came into this either newfound understanding or understanding on some Hebrew time, right? So there was a time before this Hebrew time. Allow us to go back a little further. When
story time,
a lot of people was associating themselves with Muslims, right? And there was a heavy Muslim presence, either the NOI or the FOI, right? And shout out to them brothers, but I'm just saying, like, in the early to mid 90s when they had that the Million Man March and all of this, publicity going on around what it is to be a Muslim or to claim Islam, like, you know what I mean? So now,
right,
sparked like a lot of young people that was coming up at that time to become Muslim, like, you know what I mean? So I think that at this point in time, it's just now a different time. Or now it's just like, okay, we kind of did the Muslim thing, that was kind of cool. Boom. Like, you know what I mean? So now it's the time of the Hebrewz, like, you know what I mean? And I've been seeing their presence be, elevating in these over the duration, I'll say probably like 4 or 5 years, like, you know what I mean? And so now it's just like a lot of people are associating themselves with that particular demographic of either religious belief, or we can say just a historical belief of, who we are as a people separated from the religious aspects of what they practice and shit, right?
Right.
So for the most part, man, it's just one thing that we understand that we're always trying to find an identity, right? And
Yep.
I'm talking about as melanated people. It seems like we're always trying to put a mark on uh what we are, like, you know what I mean, and try to stick to it. Even and not to leave out the Moorish people, because there's also people that came in on the Moorish aspect of things. I don't know if
Right.
that movement was as big as either the Christian movement or the Muslim movement, like, you know what I mean, with the Islam shit, or even the Hebrewz, but they still had a grand presence,
Right.
especially when you seen them uh, either on social media or there was some type of viral videos that was going around to where they were kicking certain shit as far as legal documentation that allowed them to get away with certain shit. So then people start
Right.
they're like, hey, who is these
Yeah,
niggas?
what's going on?
Moorish niggas is popping right now.
Uh-huh.
So it's always an identity thing, and we're trying to figure out who the fuck we are. So I would like to give a shout out to everybody who's trying to figure out who we are.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
So all of these groups is trying to give an identity to what we are as melanated people. You understand me? So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right?
Right.
But I think that a lot of times is that if somebody knows that you're looking for something, they're going to sell it to you. Like, you know what I mean?
And talk about it.
And I hate to say it like this, but y'all know this is for your mind, and I'm going to pop my shit, right? So this is simple supply and demand. And I'm going to pop
Hey,
it.
and who created the demand for real?
Hey.
That's, man, look, the celebrities. We like in the entertainment industry. You know what I'm saying? This is a business. It's
Yeah.
on Amazon. Okay, well, first let me not just skip ahead and get the you know what I'm saying, doing too much. We know what the whole thing is. Are the Hebrews being manipulated by the Jewish elites? That's the topic of the night. We talked about Kanye. We hit Kanye what 3 weeks back.
Yeah, back to back too.
So boom, we hit Kanye. Now the main thing I feel like what's really being talked about is this Kyrie thing. Him posting a video on his Twitter, and from there that shit going up, and then I'm just seeing a ripple effect of other celebrities say, the same thing pretty much. But what he promoted is on Amazon. That's the you know what I mean? Like, it's on Amazon. Everybody's mad at Kyrie. It's like they're hitting Kyrie with the shut your ass up type shit, but in the same breath making hella money off of the promotion of this film that's on their website. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's crazy, but it's like, and people is eating it up. They paying for it. They eating the shit up, and they just making money, because at the end of the day, I know we talked about it before. It was like, what really is gonna be the change from y'all finding this new form of identity? Well, like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the next phase? What's phase 2? This phase 1? What's phase 2 for real? You know what I'm saying?
Well, before we get to where I was going to get to, let me shout out. We got Corey Weber in the building. What's popping with the Loke?
Sub with it.
We got Sabi Alkaline in the building and shit. What's popping? And he said, that's right on time, definitely. So I want to go back to the point to where you were saying, like, motherfuckers is getting paid regardless, right? Oh, shout out to Mike. I see you up in here, cousin. What's good?
Peace to
So
Mike.
when it comes down to, because I was not privy to this Kyrie shit, right? I was just like, Kanye did his Dougie and came out and said something. So I had to see what the fuck was the parade going on around Kyrie. So I comes to find out, allegedly, he didn't even say anything.
He didn't say nothing.
He just posted this documentary and shit, right?
Right.
Now, if we put this in comparison and contrast to Kanye, that nigga always saying something, right? Kanye is known for talking shit. That's what he does. Like, you know what I mean? coming in early talking about Bush don't care about black people. Kanye West rubs some people the wrong way, and that's just that, right? So again, Kanye Kanye understands that America is a corporation. And this is why he says that they have a thing called the trauma economy, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
with Kanye West being the outspoken person that he is, that he has that Gemini energy. So some people fuck with him, some people don't. Like, you know what I mean? Naturally, right? And so when it comes down to him saying shit, people may overlook what he's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? But think about a person like Kyrie. Kyrie ain't really, and I know that he probably said some shit before this, but Kyrie is more or less like, he don't really speak out as much as Kanye. So
Yeah.
imagine him being the person just like, hey, I'm not biased, certain shit like that. Hey, but this shit right here, niggas need to tap in with. This is just like the little innocent, person that, that doesn't really usually talk shit. So now you're going to pay attention to what he's saying because, Kanye be like, yeah, Kanye always talking shit. What's new? Like, you know what I mean? But if somebody who don't really come out and say something comes out and lightweight says something, now it's something to pay attention to and shit, right? And regardless to if we want to acknowledge this or not, our entertainers are the voices of our people.
Come on, man.
Right?
So let me ask you real quick, just to so you can continue real quick.
Hey, no, you're good.
Are the entertainers are the entertainers that are promoting a lot of these different things that the people buy? Are they are the people in a sense profiting off of this shit, or is this are they using them as guinea pigs to get people to funnel their system? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
And that's what I was going to get to, right? So regardless to whatever, right? Kyrie can always say, and according to what the research that I did, he didn't come out and say anything. He just posted this link, right? So he can always say, "Hey, I didn't say nothing." Like, you know what I mean? I'm telling y'all to tap in with this shit, but I didn't say anything. This is not Kyrie's documentary. Like, you know what I mean? They might sit him down for a little bit just for posting it, but nigga, what harm was done for real, right? And then if we talk about the business side, what he did was allow niggas, just like you said, to go buy that shit and blow up that documentary. And for I don't know who runs, Prime and shit like that. I know you gave me the name earlier, but it's just like whoever's running that shit is getting paid off this nigga talking about it. Like, you know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Okay, so yeah, hey, send me that link, cuzzy. Whenever you get an opportunity, send me that link so I can check it out. So for the most part, it's just like, if we're talking about these people getting paid, right, or whoever getting paid, and this nigga sitting it down, what was, you know what I mean? Like, so what are we looking at for real? Can we say that this newfound information is empowering us for real?
Right.
Is it our platforms and our voices that's able to put this information out? Or if we try to say something on our own type of time, why is it getting shut down?
Exactly.
So think about what's being able to be pushed through versus what's being able to be suppressed. Like, you know what I mean? Crazy.
We got Ra in the building. Sevi Alkaline was popping with the God. Hey, you muted, bro. I can't hear you.
Okay, hold on.
Oh no, there
you go. There you go. Nope, you just went right back out. I heard you for a second though.
Damn. Can you hear me now?
You just got
there you go.
You just got a delay. Okay. That's
yeah,
you good now.
Damn. How y'all doing though?
Oh, we good, man. Chilling, yeah, big chilling. Good. In here, you see the you see what's going on.
Yeah, y'all, you know what I mean, jumping out. I got the call in to jump out and talk about this as well. So I was like, let me jump in. You know what I mean? So For sure.
Yeah. What's up with Nashaya, man? We got the other guy in the building.
The shy in the building was popping.
Hey, peace to the guy.
Yeah.
Man.
So, what you think, man? What you think about this Kyrie stuff? All the Hebrewz getting they sense of power back or something? What you think, man? What you got going on?
Man, for this type of episode, I'm gonna try to keep it as biblical as possible. You know, because
Shit.
you know them people be saying they believe, you know, but in there, I think it says, you know, our people run to controversy. You know, because that's all they really be interested in. They be interested in the effery, you know, excuse my language, you know, not really any of the real content that's involved with what's being put out there. They're interested in the fact that there's an argument, not that there's facts.
Okay.
That's some cold shit right there.
Yep. Yeah, that's some cold shit, man.
Shit.
Now, I'm gonna ask. Do you subscribe to the Hebrew Israelite camp or understanding, or I don't know what to call it, but you know?
Man, I am that I am. That's it.
okay, that's it. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
Whole lot of I am shit going on right now.
Yeah,
Right.
y'all know.
Yeah. What's up with Rob, man? What you think?
Yeah.
So shoot, I feel like one, I think that it's slightly distractionary. Is literally a form of buck breaking. You know what I mean? Public because of what he posted. As I went through all the information that they said, the only or the one button they could press is because somewhere in it, they were costs didn't happen. You know what I mean? And that's where their but he was saying or tool or weapon that they have to use, even though they're frustrated at him not taking the vaccine and him just posting itself. The argument that they're pressing on him with is the documentary said that the Holocaust didn't happen. To me, is low-key debatable. Anyways, if we want to really break down some shit, like
right,
that's a whole deeper argument. So that's they're feeling like I and mighty to establish an awareness in him or us all of their own problems blatantly, you know what I mean, and are willing to put whoever, you know what I mean. So I feel like it's like, I think it's BS, but when a lot of the information was cool, it's just not that deep. Like it. Like
so you actually watched the documentary?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't tap in with it, man. I seen people talking about it. I tapped in with a couple
we was talking about deeper stuff in 2012. That crazy for real. But in it they tried to just they tried to be black people are the original Jews, you know what I mean? Back in the day trying to go against Dr. Ben Yaakman, or all of us about them trying to close off all the Jewish history of how to just denounce it and not acknowledge it when these niggas is Ashkenazi Jews anyways. You know what I mean? Like, to be real. So it's just it's mad wild.
But see, this the thing. This the thing with me, right? Is all right, boom. We is the real Jews. We can say that all day, right? That shit don't ultimately it don't really. It's like, okay, we the real Jews. Now what type shit again, right? You know what I'm saying? So the buck breaking aspect of it, right? Like I've heard that as far as like trying to break a brother down for posting out certain shit. You feel me? Taking away certain things. But that just comes to show how much more power these motherfuckers got. You know what I'm saying? Than we do, at least or even recognize, just because of the simple fact that we can easily not watch that motherfucker, not give these niggas that money, because again, it's on their platform. All of these things that they be dropping to us be on they shit.
Right.
And we run to they shit and be giving them funneling they all this money, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, they buck breaking the niggas for dropping certain shit, because at the end of the day, they know, like, hey, look, y'all niggas better cut that shit out. I'm gonna put y'all in timeout for real, because y'all doing too much. But since y'all doing too much, let's make some money off of the shit that y'all think y'all got popping, and let's continue to run this shit up on you niggas, because y'all don't really like what are y'all for really finna do type shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the sad aspect of the thing that I look at it as, because it's like, oh shit, we'll look at somebody tear down Kanye, and yet we still finna go straight to Adidas and buy these niggas Yeezys when they already said what they said about selling them. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa with Kyrie. It's like, oh yeah, they'll break a nigga down right in front of us, and we'll still go, watch this damn documentary that they're obviously making money off of and not trying to take the shit down. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
Right.
you can go on the internet, and it's called like the Southern Poverty Law Center. People who are into like that woke stuff know about it. But basically, this is a database of every like radical movement that's contained here in the United States. You can like look it up on a little map and everything, pull them out, see what they're about, all this different stuff. But what the FBI has to say about, the profile of the typical Hebrew Israelite is that they are a passive people. They are nonviolent people. They are typically compliant people. And this is what, this is what the overlords are putting out there on the internet for all of the world to see, So, as far as the buck breaking thing, I don't even see it as that. This is just an illustration of what anyone who is taking from their system or receiving from their system or using their systems to survive, this is the case that you find yourself in. It doesn't matter how high you climbed up the ladder. It doesn't matter how long you've been toiling the line. It doesn't matter how talented you are. It doesn't matter how many millions or billions of dollars that you're bringing in. You will get cut because this is not yours. This is not for you.
The reason that I buck breaking, and not in the sense of them hammering on him before they kicked him out. I'm calling it buck breaking because there's a lot of things that he has to do to get his position in his life. A little side note on that real quick. First off, I was seeing this brother post about it because, you know what I mean? But the thing is this man was about to lose more money than a lot of people out here are ever going to see in their whole lives. You know what I mean? So
who you talking about, Kyrie?
Yeah, for Kyrie, yeah, because like they were trying to, because he ended up apologizing. You better act like Pac in here. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm gonna say what I need to say. You know what I mean? Oh, give me my check. Make sure my shit is paid, and my people are eating. I'll tell you what I need. You know what I mean? But we running it in the back though. You know what I mean? Because this is chess. You know what I mean? So, but when all the things he has to do to get his position back, you feel me? Those are lashes that he has to, that they're like, they got to go through reforming. He has to go all over here, learn. Then he has to go to the next people. And he has to go through X-Men amount of testing and through reprogram. It's like, those are lashes. And that's what I'm talking about. Those are
I completely agree with that.
Right,
yeah. They own the thing. They own the thing. Until we own the thing, to get back into the, and that's cold. That's cold. He wasn't never being derogatory or rude to them. You know what I mean? And that's them trying to establish, like, it's like many times has somebody just robbed a casino in Vegas. You know what I mean? And they take the money. Police will blow that person back over some money. The money's not that deep. They could go find him or do whatever it means. But no, they're gonna kill him. You know why they kill him? Because they don't want people to run up in there in a group. You know what I mean? They make an example.
Right, make an example.
Right.
Yeah, period. Don't be talking about that. Did you say what? You know what I mean? There's a button, a little button that he was touching on right there, and you feel me? So yeah.
So when it comes down to this, and this is we have to, because I know Nashaya said that he was gonna do it, but I think that we have to go biblical when it comes down to some buck breaking shit, right? If you saying and establishing that you are a Hebrew, most Hebrews that I know would associate themselves as being God's chosen people, right? So if you're God's chosen people, money shouldn't even be a major factor.
Right.
I'm gonna keep it a bin. None of this shit should be a major factor for anything.
That part.
Not at all.
Right? So
That
when
part.
we talk about people having to say certain things or have to apologize or you have to do this or you have to do that, nigga, I hate to say it like this, but that sound like you're like selling your soul to the devil and going against God. Like nigga, like yeah.
Wait, like nigga, you got God.
Right.
Essentially,
Like, you know
essentially.
There's what fucking song was that with Kanye West? He was like, man, I know I said that I was gonna do something, but then I turned around and spent that money on the chain. Like, so the idea of saying like, you know, I want to be this God's chosen people, the shit sounds grand. But when you see what some of these people are doing, it's particularly celebrities, and I'm just going to say that, you know, that they already have their lifestyle that they established, right? So at what point in time do you say, I'm going to just be an entertainer and I'm not going to put myself into this religious bag? Because as soon as you put yourself into the religious bag, now we got to judge you by the shit that you do. Period.
That's a fact.
And that's why I don't feel wrong about saying some of these niggas be selling they soul to the devil. If we're going to talk about a God-devil situation, right? I don't care about that. That's what it is.
Period.
So when it comes down to, okay, we're God's people. Watch this shit. I'm gonna leave all this shit. I don't need that. Job, nigga. I'm Job, nigga.
You feel me?
I don't need none of this shit. Take all this shit away. Nigga, God got my back. It's up.
Man.
When I see that type of back,
that's bringing a whole different type of energy now. Because now you showing the people like, hey, look, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit because this is what I got backing me. You feel me?
But
it's
look,
like, what's good?
My bad. But look, this if Kyrie was of that level, you know, first off, it's asking a lot. You know what I mean? That this one can even have the vernacular to communicate through so much pressure in itself, because the glass half full. You know what I mean? You know, but me, I'd be like, first off, you know what I mean? I already got my proceeds. I got plenty of bread. I'm like this. Y'all see how they doing me? You know what Pac would have done? Not to bring Pac in them off the top. You know, you'd have been like, I didn't say nothing. Kick me out
hey,
that.
I don't know. I was just gonna say, like, your service is, you feel me, it's kind of choppy. I'm trying to hear every word you saying, but it'd be like cutting certain words off and stuff.
No way, that's crazy.
You got a delay and shit too.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Damn, I'm gonna get off and call back on.
All right.
But yeah, so you know, and again, I'm just calling all the people who, not celebrities. Like if I knew a celebrity Israelite, then I trust me, I'll be saying the same shit that I'm saying right now. But for the people who feel like they are, you know, God's chosen people, the best thing that you can do is to set the example on what that looks like for real. Just like Nashaya was saying, just like, you know, well, they like to be a part of the controversy, but when it comes down to the real part, it's just like, no, I don't really do that. Like, nigga, you know I'm gonna go to work tomorrow, my nigga. Like, don't even play like that, B. So it's just like,
You know,
if we really want to take that stand and we really say, hey, and when I say we, I'm just speaking as, you know, a Hebrew and shit, right? If we take this stand to say, hey, you want to know what? If we talk about music, rap music run this shit. So nigga, y'all, you know, if everybody stop rapping, what are y'all doing? Like, you know what I mean? If we talk about stopping working and shit, if we talk about stopping doing a whole bunch of shit, and I know Selfmade, I know you talk about this a lot, the shit would be shut down or they would have to make a drastic change. Right?
Drastic. Very drastic.
According to what the Hebrew Israelites believe in shit, right? They believe that this curse will not be lifted until they come back into the laws and the statutes and commandments, right? So
that's the main thing.
So now imagine people really saying fuck all of this shit and going back. This is ultimately what I'm saying. Go back into the laws and the statute commandment. Fuck all this shit. Let's
exactly.
go back now, and then we're talking about some real Hebrew Israelite shit.
Well, that'd be my thing with
what I see right now is just Hebrew shit. And let me explain what I mean by that. The Hebrew shit,
hit the light.
I'm only saying that this is who I am. This is my background. This is my demographic. It has nothing to do with God. Okay, right. So the Hebrew Israelite part is the most important part, right? Because even biblically, Jacob's name was Jacob, and then he wrestled with God, and then he became Israel. You understand what I'm trying to say? So he had to go from one position to the next, and niggas ain't even willing to fucking lose their fucking money to wrestle with God and become Israel for real. So nigga, if you don't see that, we ain't even taking up. These Jewish motherfuckers is laughing at you niggas like, yeah.
That's what I said.
These niggas water off and let's see if they still pray to this God who they talking about.
Been trained that way though. We've been trained that way. We've been trained that way.
It's all like, I mean,
if we're talking about being trained that way, we also have a biblical text, the basic instructions before leaving Earth. So they have a guideline that should supersede any training that's going on.
They don't follow that.
That's what I was about to say. They don't believe that shit for real.
Bro, they don't
believe that shit.
They don't believe it. That's why he asked me, do I identify as Hebrew Israelite? It's just like, it's almost like a spiritual slur, because these people claiming to be, the most powerful people standing on the earth, yet they bow themselves in subjugation daily, willingly, knowing what the instructions are, because these are supposed to be the most read. These are supposed to be the teachers, the leaders, the prophets, the kings, the priests, the judges. These are supposed to be people who have wisdom and discernment, yet they can't discern who their God is.
Well, look, if I must say, they killed us so that just the Willie Lynch-ish in itself was within our consciousness for 16 generations and shit. If you read like they would catch people during the Crusades, and then in front of everyone, you know what I mean, and then tell them that this is why. This is what will happen to you if you do not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. This is your punishment. Everyone, look, you will go to this. And then after generation and again, over time, people will literally believe that there's a stone thing subconsciously. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's so in the scary bones of the you know what I mean, that they're like, we are the diamonds in the rough. We like, none of us are even supposed. We're not supposed to know. I'm not supposed to know what the fuck y'all talking about. Oh, if they had it their way.
And that part I do get. But see that, man, like, and this is what Kanye was talking about with the trauma economy. It's just like, at some point in time, when do you tap in with yourself and say, I don't give a fuck about God has my back? Nigga, strap me up to a goddamn horse and have me have one horse go this way, the other horse go this way, and split me the fucking point. I'm not this body anyway.
Right.
I'm a child of the Most High. Y'all cannot fuck with me.
That's so tough to hear.
Where's them niggas at?
How is that hard to hear? Because that's what they be preaching. They be preaching God got us. They be saying the word. It says your tongue is near me, but their heart is far fucking from me. Excuse my language. It's like...
And I want to use a certain people as an example, not on no good shit or bad shit. Like it's just neutral. I'm just using it as an example. But them Muslims, yo, come on, man. We know how the Muslims get down. Them niggas is strapped up and all the way. You feel me? They run into a whole building. Like it's up on some government shit. They like, oh wait, y'all think y'all finna come in here and take over? Oh, this is God's land. Like this is God's people. Hold on, I'm strapping up. I'm in there. I'm gonna take my own life.
Allah Akbar is what they say.
Come on, man. So it's like I'm just saying, like that's why when you think about even just America going over to them places, they not playing. You look, we have a whole ass army. These niggas is like right now, y'all come to my shit, it's my family fighting, it's me fighting. I got like we setting shit up around the house. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't play none of that. You know what I'm saying? No other religion on that type of time really be playing like that. You know what I'm saying? Except for them, bro. It's like
going back.
Christianity used to be that.
That's going back to what Nashaya said about them niggas being the passive niggas. Like, yeah,
right.
You know, no disrespect to again, because we're all trying to figure out an identity.
Nah, disrespect intended from over here.
Oh, no, wait.
Not for you, but
so no disrespect, because we're all trying to find out our identity as melanated people. But when it comes down to that, it's just like, I be seeing, everybody sees them, like, they be on the corners yelling, talking their shit and doing whatever. Even the Black Panthers, them niggas wasn't worried about no God or no shit like that. They like, niggas up. Like, nigga, if we can't get no piece of justice or piece of peace around here, nigga, it's up. We going to war.
How about feeding people? Like Black Panthers, they were feeding people. They had programs for the community, and there was a spirituality that was moving through all of that, even though it wasn't being named. But it's like Hebrewz could start there. Like I don't even know. Like there's probably like one or just a few Hebrew communities, out of all these probably hundreds of thousands of so-called Israelites out there. I could really probably only name like one offhand. Y'all probably know him. He's a big buff, black dude. I want to like put no, I don't want to promote no one, but people know who I'm talking about.
Oh, to Zaryak?
To Hebrewz?
No. Straightway Ministries, all right? Straightway Ministries.
No,
okay. Yeah. He's okay. The brother's name left my mind. All praise be to the Most High, because it's not about him, but it's like there's only even a few actual communities, and that's where I really be checking Hebrewz, because that thing is a business. When I came into the whole movement, I was blessed to get raised really high into a very, very large camp. Here in the United States. I was a bishop over the whole West Coast region. So I started to see all the money coming in. Now me, being myself, I was only spending the money. Everything was going back into the church. But then all of a sudden I got a tap on the shoulder like, hey, such and such, send everything over here, and you need to ask permission to help the people in your congregation, and all these different things started coming to play, and eventually I got worked out. But that whole thing's a business, because look, these Israelites got these things called holy days. Let's just say a holy day has 100 families at it, right? And if you go on their websites and these 4-letter, I don't want to name any of these 4-letter groups and promote them, but if you like go, you follow them, and they be having these holy day events. They be charging 400, 500, 600, 700, 1,200, 1,300. You understand? They be charging these amounts for people to show up to these holy days. For people to congregate together. It's just like if you have 100 families that you charge $1,500, you had enough to birth a nation, not just have dinner for 3 days.
Yeah, that's
so as far as the controversy and distraction, I think it was even mentioned like, someone's getting paid, and that's my beef with the Israelite thing. Like, it's a dead religion because those people don't believe in the culture.
Follow the money. That's the only thing. When it comes down to shit like this, just paper trail. Follow the money.
Yeah, it's a business. We know it's a business. Non-profit, to be
It's a
exact.
good one too if you do it right. If you do it the pure way, you can live good and you can feel good about what you're doing, like I do. I got no qualms about how I receive anything in life because I know it's a gift from the Creator. You know,
Right.
I know it was set up that way, and I try to be it still as much as possible. You know, yeah, it was mentioned for I have to get up and move around, but you know, my practice, you know, and my faith is to be still and know the God and know, you know, the Lord, you know, and receive all things in that way.
Coming from you in that aspect, I believe you. Like, you know what I mean? Because I know how you live. So I can't. Exactly. There's no way that I can go against anything of what you just now said. But again, that's what I'm saying when it comes down to other people that because I know that you know, have a relationship or a past relationship with Hebrewz or even the Israelite aspect of it, and just how you live. I know that you don't really necessarily rock with, you know, certain establishments. Like, I'm gonna just say it just like that. Like, you know what I mean? But we got the boy Pure
God in the building.
Hey, peace be upon you, brother.
Yo. Peace and love, peace and blessings to the gods.
This first time pulling up, right? Or I think you pulled up before. You just, I don't know.
Yeah,
Something
I pulled up last time, but the conversation was kind of stern where it was at, and I didn't really see an opportunity to jump in there. So I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and let it flow.
Hell yeah, man. Always a pleasure, man. Welcome to the show and shit.
Welcome to the podcast, man.
Yeah.
I gotta say this every time you pull up, because this is the guy.
This is him.
That's it right there. If y'all know about the last, you know, the intro and the outro song that we had, that's Pure right there. Like, you know what I mean? So
much love. Much love to you.
That good salute,
Appreciate
man.
it.
That song,
Appreciate it.
I loved it as soon as I heard
it. Appreciate that, brother.
See,
we got people
look,
pulling
what my issue with the Hebrew Israelites was more of like it's almost like also, I mean, like once you get to, you want to join or you want to get to certain, it gets kind of culty. You know what I mean?
It should.
It's like I feel should.
Yeah, because it's a culture. And when I mean, you may not know history. Some the brothers on here know my history, you know. And so when I had my quote unquote like group camp, they call them camps. Look, my camp actually camped out. I would tell people openly, this is a cult, because this is not some social group that this is a whole way of living. So when we hear that cult word, a lot of time it has a negative connotation attached to it because of trauma economy, right? And so when you have a cult, right, you have something you're cultivating, or you have a culture, you understand? And that's
with you. My bad. I guess.
No, go ahead, brother. It's good.
Yeah. Like, let's say even like the Moorish temple. Let's say you want to go get your and through them. That whole process is gonna have you having to like and do what they're doing and put on all that stuff and battle that in a sense. You know what I mean? Where I'm more like universal.
Man, why is it? I don't mean to cut you off.
Man, yeah.
It's just every time like you're about to say the punchline of what you're saying, it like
drop your video.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
just
don't know
turn
if you
your
have
video
like a
off.
laptop or something. I know laptops sometimes be getting better service. I don't know if that'll help.
All right, my bad, y'all. I'll try one more time.
Just now made a good point.
Hey,
turn your video off.
Just turn your video off.
Or turn your video off. Maybe that might work.
Yeah, just keep your voice on because you also have a delay too.
Okay. All right. Cool. Can you hear me then?
So far, so good.
Okay. Yeah. So far, so good. Okay, cool. Well, let me know.
That's way better.
Basically, you know, it's like if you want to, you know, I'm just more like where I'm trying to like I'm trying to experience, and you might peep me in a Krishna temple. I'll rock a dhoti. I'll be doing that there every day, and I got to do all this and all that every single day. That's where it gets wild to me. Knowledge, anyways. I'll make my group. You know what I mean? That's what type of time I'm on. I like them, but then it just, you know, it started getting kind of like, I don't know, philosophy. Some of it is just kind of like, it's just so absolute, and it's like, it's very, very plugged into the Bible more than I guess, and it was just very, very absolute, and they weren't really trying to budget certain things worth extrapolating on. You know what I mean? They just were very aggressive on certain things. So I was like,
because that's where they're making their money. They're making their
so
money off the fact that there's a controversy.
So it's outside knowledge philosophizing. You know what I mean? They want to make money. I'm just trying to build. You know what I mean?
I will say that it's unfortunate that the group that's out here that really does have an extreme influence on the general society at large is standing on the Bible, but not following just the basic mechanics of the Bible. You know, Woon mentioned it earlier. There's like a script, literally, that you can follow without anyone else's interpretation, or even it being some mystical, you know, hocus pocus, intangible experience. Because all I did was literally do what the man most people know as Jesus or Christ the Messiah, whatever Hebrew name y'all might use for people watching the show, Christ. All right, I just literally did what he said. He said, "Follow me, and I shall make you fishers of men." All right. He said, "There's no man who does not give up all his worldly possessions that is worthy of being my disciple." He said, "Take no purse, take no scrip, take no sandal, because the workman is worthy of his hire." I mean, the people don't want to deal with the book in its actuality, and so Hebrew Israelite is just Christianity 2.0 for the woke generation at large, because they're not about that life.
Hey, the Shia going on a highlight. Look.
I've obtained many of those. I've obtained many of those things as well, and I'm world. I heal the blind. I get people to see. I teach how to fully melanize and alkalize and you know, blacken massage the organs, and all different facets of you know what it is to be a conscious intellect without the Bible.
Right.
So it's like, I see that was your way, and that's beautiful.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Well, no, it's not. The Bible is just one code. The Bible is just one code. And he asked me this question before. He's like, "Are you a Hebrew Israelite?" Right? And I have to like stay away from the moniker. The reason why I hop on here, you know, for this, because this is a hat that I could put on, you know, to interact with a group of people who are under a certain code, you know, because we have to have ability, especially for teachers, to teach mechanically, to teach etherically, to teach metaphorically. We have to be able to, you know, in the natural way, and the way of nature is actually what I personally do believe in. I believe in an Edenic mindset, just to like put it like straight across to you. And so like I totally agree with, yeah, the Bible can be a stumbling block for people, but it is also my personal belief, and I think the general belief on the earth, that it is the most powerful book of words on the planet.
Damn.
You just can't get you just cannot get caught up in the storyline of, you see what I'm saying? Like on some when I say get caught up in the storyline, I'm saying on some literal shit. You feel me?
That's okay. Don't shy him away from that. I'm the literal guy.
It's the Shia. But look, when it comes to, we don't need to go to the literal shit, because if on literal time, that shit don't make no damn sense. Let's just keep it 1,000. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
On literal time. Now, if we switch it over to metaphysical or esoteric, 100%. Because now we're talking about, we're talking about self. We're talking about our own spirit, our own consciousness. You know what I'm saying? That lives within. You know, so a lot of those scriptures will make sense when you put it in terms of self, understanding, self-love, all of that type of stuff, when you actually try to apply, like you said yourself, specifically, like just 2 minutes ago, you walk and do what Jesus did as yourself, right?
Right.
So that's you
Right.
putting yourself in the place of Jesus to walk that same type of walk.
And see, this is
Well, the
the
definition
whole,
of Christian means to become more like a man.
And that's
Okay.
defined by what?
I mean, the overall arching belief, if we like study the etymology of the word, it breaks down to one becoming more of man.
I'm
see,
cool
on
with
that
that.
type of
That ain't
time, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Because and
Nope.
I'm gonna explain why. What man can do, follow me, God cannot. Right? This is the whole birth and creation of man. Right? So if God can do this, then there would be no need for man to even come into existence. Right?
Right.
So if we're talking about what you just now said, Nishai, and I've never heard that, so I'm just giving you a little bit of context behind that, and just to make it make sense. Right?
I'm shocked.
No, this
I'm shocked at your statement.
Wait. Listen to what I'm saying though.
I'm listening.
Imagine you as you play the ukulele?
Yeah, or amongst other things, yes.
Okay, so watch this. Imagine you as a person who does not have this instrument to express yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You as Nashaya can't express yourself. This ukulele that you play allows you to express yourself. The creation of the ukulele is an instrument. Think of how the word instrument. Think what that really means for real. It
that's
allows.
kind of deep.
Trust me, right now. If you ain't listening, then I don't care. But listen though. So the instrument that is used is actually an expression of who you are, not only for the people that's around you, but whatever you put out is going to come back.
That's a fact.
I am the instrument.
Exactly. So why do you need
okay. So wait. So just go back to your original statement.
So why do you need
I've been listening.
Okay, you're the instrument, so why do you play it? Before you answer that, listen, before you answer that, right? Before you answer that, understand our position.
Right.
There's a creator, there's a participator, and there's an observer. The instrument is participating in your creation.
Right.
We are the participators of the creator as the creator.
Right.
Right.
So how does so I just need to stop here. How's that congruent with your original statement of man does what God cannot?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you be the ukulele?
I am the ukulele.
Then
I said that already.
He is technically.
It's me.
Okay, but is it so you're holding yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so that's making my point even better. So that means God is man, right?
So then it defeats your original statement.
Okay, but listen, I'm giving it to you how you need to understand what I'm saying.
No, that's cool.
I'm not retracting.
I can hear. I can't promise to understand.
Huh?
I can hear you, but I can't promise to understand.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't expect you to. But what I'm saying is that I'm using art because art is an expression of self, right? Mm-hmm. You can't say I'm the Shia, the picture, right? You would have to paint a picture or draw a picture or take a picture and say this is the picture.
You could only ever see the image.
Nashai, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
Do you what is the purpose of people taking pictures?
So people who weren't there could see it.
Okay, but aren't people the people? Just like you said, you're the ukulele, right? Aren't people the people?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Am I talking? Do I need to come down real quick?
That one was a circle for sure.
Okay.
So
So if you're the ukulele, right?
Yes.
Why did you create the ukulele?
Why did I create the ukulele?
Yeah.
if you are it,
There's not like a creation point for that.
What?
Now, hold on real quick.
I
That's a
am
tough
the
question.
ukulele.
Okay. So you're the ukulele, right?
Oh, hold on, look, because look, when it's just sitting there, it is nothing. But when I attach myself to it, I am it.
Hold on, wait. When it sit there, it's not nothing, but it was something as soon as it was created.
No, it's just matter. It's not animate.
it is because
It
you
is,
can
because
you
it's
can
you.
utilize it.
No. Who animates it?
But you said it is you. You can't retract
Who
that.
gives
already-
it life?
It's already animated.
So when
It's
it's
already
just sitting,
created.
when
You
it
said
sits
it is
there.
you.
So wait, hold on.
You
When it's
said
just
it is
sitting
you.
there,
You can't say that it's not
rock
now.
with me. Rock with
Go
me.
ahead.
Rock with me real quick, okay?
Go ahead.
When it's sitting there, it's
It's
doing
still-
nothing. It's doing nothing. It is nothing.
What is it?
Wait. It's sitting there.
It's just
doing
potential
something.
energy. It's potential energy that can be manipulated once I'm in contact with it.
Nashaya, you just now said that it's sitting there. It's doing something. Anytime anything comes into matter, it's even on your mind. It's doing something.
It has to hold the shape.
But go back. Go back. Go back.
But I don't want you to miss my point.
Please.
Right? So going back to what you said about, because again, this is my first time hearing this information. You said to be Christian, the definition of to be a Christian is to be like man, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said my original statement to that was what? That man can do what God cannot do, right?
Yeah. But the Bible is specifically about God becoming a man. So that's why I'm lost.
Okay, so God had to become a man. So God is man.
Right. I'm pretty sure we agree on that.
Okay, so why did God have to become a man?
To show
You
the
see-
way.
No.
That's
God-
my.
God-
Did you laugh at me?
Listen,
Did you laugh at
bro.
me?
I'm gonna
Hold
tell
on.
you,
Wait, Nashai, real quick. You said God had to become a man to show the way to who?
See, yeah, exactly, right.
No, to show the proper way to be
who?
man. Huh?
Who?
To be man to who?
You mean to who? I don't understand the question.
Who's being taught a lesson in God becoming a man?
Right.
Everyone who's
But,
not God.
Conscious.
All right, Nashai, I'm gonna move
Don't
on
do
from
that.
this,
I think my brother know
Don't
the
do
answer
that.
to that
and
already.
then we can rock. But
Yeah,
I want
he know. It's
to.
this I am, man. You already know, bro. You was saying it, but then
We
when
already
you
know
got
that
to-
we've had the energy discussion. I don't believe it the same way you guys believe it.
But
But
no,
that's why I'm trying to make it make sense right now. That's the only thing I'm trying to do right now.
I hear what you say and I understand what you believe.
But what I'm saying is because you can hear me, but you probably don't. It's not gonna hit you yet, right? So this is why
we've had the discussion before. I don't believe in physical death. You know, so the whole thing about it was, look, while Christ was walking on the earth, the Bible is very clear. They didn't take his life; he laid it down. So no one had the ability to kill him. He had physical immortality and full access to his deity at all times. He even showed it to the two disciples and said, "Don't tell no one until after I die."
No, we understand that. But what I'm saying is that when I say that, because again, I'm only giving understanding to the definition that you just now gave about Christianity, right? So this is for to be more like man, right?
Right.
And my initial response to that is that man can do what God cannot do. So I don't expect you to understand what I'm saying right now. I just want to plant that seed to where it's just like, okay, creation came about for a certain purpose. That's all I'm saying.
right.
And it's not being served. And that is why God came.
God,
bro.
Nashaya.
Nashaya, what?
Who is
is
God?
God? Yeah, is God everything? Where does God have to go?
It's in everything.
So what do you mean he came? If he's in everything, where does he? Why
Dude,
does he
okay,
have
well,
to?
like we circle it back to look, y'all. I discussed like briefly. It's like, hold on, I believe in physical immortality.
Right.
So you don't.
So I'm agreeing.
Hold on. So if things are dying, that means you disconnecting from God, because God don't die.
But God, you just now
Whoa.
said God is man, right?
The original man did not die.
No, I'm saying
We're not even talking about death. I don't know where you
I
keep
don't know
bringing
where
up
death
death.
came
I
in at
know,
here.
I know, because
When
maybe
I
that's.
see people, what do you consider death?
I said, I defined it. I said physical immortality.
No.
So
I
there is no
said, what
death.
do you? So there is no death.
No, when this machine breaks, when the body breaks down and you don't have control over it, or it doesn't have the energy to contain your soul, or whatever type of code you understand it in, that is death. Because none of those none of those people are doing nothing around here. Are you sitting next to some, are you guys talking to ghosts right now, or like, come on. So if I'm saying like, so that's what he's saying to me, don't jive. God is
No.
communicating with
So you're
everyone.
saying
God is.
that when the body dies, where does the spirit or the soul go, and
Right.
what happens to the body?
That's not the point.
That is the
But
point.
that is the
No,
point, because you're
the
saying
point.
you're trying to separate death somehow from life, or from like I don't get where the separation is from the death aspect of because you're saying once you die you disconnect yourself from God. Well, then what do you reconnect yourself to if you're disconnecting yourself from God? You're connecting yourself to then what?
Right. What is
Well,
the
it's just
energy?
like I said. Hold on, dude. Hold on. It's just like I said with the ukulele. The ukulele's not doing nothing until I pick it up.
But
It's
is it
just
alive?
But is
no.
existing.
That's my main argument. It's not animate.
But
Animate in what
it,
way?
it exists
It
in your mind though.
Wow.
exists in my
You said it's
mind.
not animate. How did
Yeah.
it even take a shape? And
Yeah.
how is it holding a shape? That means it has some sort of
That no,
vibrational wave.
that was through outside force. That was through once again another person, a man. It didn't just pop in. Ukulele it didn't just pop
Nashaya,
into existence.
I
Nashaya,
don't think
what elements make up a ukulele?
Carbon,
Huh?
carbon.
what are those the same elements that are inside of us?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between the
What's the
carbon in a
difference?
ukulele and the carbon in a human?
This goes back to I am the ukulele.
Okay. So
Oh my god.
so that's
Whoa.
the whole point. Nashaya. This is what we're trying to say. So the ukulele, regardless to if it's not being played or not, it's being played in your mind. It like its
When?
existence,
At what point?
its existence is being played out in your mind. So as long as
Right.
it exists, then that means the energy is always going to be there because it exists in your mind. You don't have to touch it. It exists already.
It's there.
Bro.
Hey yo, y'all
What you're
remember in the
saying?
Matrix?
It's over your head. I get it.
No, it's
Look,
not over my
look.
head. I completely understand. I completely comprehend exactly what it is that you're saying to me, and I feel like the disconnect is,
Yeah.
because of my perception of the way I walk and how I understand life to be. We're on the opposite sides of the glass here, because you're saying, why did God come? I'm telling you, God came because everyone's gonna die.
No,
And he's showing people
but you will say in the same breath that God is everything, right?
everything that's alive.
What's
So who
not alive,
created?
Nashaya?
Who created
Okay,
the
well,
shit
I
that's
follow
not
the
alive?
Bible. Look, I'll keep it biblical. I follow the Bible. The Bible says God created not death, nor takes pleasure in it.
Thank you.
Okay,
So that's the
so there
answer
is
right
no.
there.
That's
So
it.
if God is alive, right, and he did not create death, what does God have to do with death?
What
It
is
ain't no
there?
such thing. What is
Right.
it?
There's no such thing as that.
That's the
You're
whole
giving yourself
point.
your own
Okay,
answer.
hold on. If you listen very clearly to the whole statement, it would tell you that it is a thing, because if it was not a thing, there would be no pleasure, there would be no pleasure to or to not be taken in it. So that's telling you in the second sentence that there exists a thing called death.
But watch this, Nashaya. We just now said that there's an understanding metaphorically, metaphysically, and even parably that this context, that this scriptures or that this literature has. And you can either buy into what you think it's saying, which is absolutely fine. There's no, however you feel is how you feel. Or you can say, you want to know what? Well, if that shit right there don't align with everything else, what is that? You just now said that death don't exist. You just said
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. Now you're putting words in my mouth. Now you're putting words. You're putting words in my mouth.
Listen, you don't know that you just said that.
That's your perception of what I said. I'm not saying that, and for everyone to be clear, I never said that.
So who created death, Nashaya?
Not my God.
Come on, man. Come on,
bro. Hold on. Because it's kind of facetious in the way. It's kind of facetious in the way that he's asking it, because it doesn't take it. I'm just explaining to you, my opinion about the question.
Death, right?
Huh?
You believe in death?
Yes, it exists.
Okay, so this is a solid question. If you believe in death, who created death, and why do you believe in it?
That's a good question.
I haven't looked into it.
Thank you.
That's my answer. I haven't.
That's where it should have been when.
No, because I have an answer. I have an answer. The God and the power that I serve, right, specifically said in the Bible that we're reading from that He did not create that. That does not leave. If all things are possible, that does not leave room for another entity to have created that to prey upon us as His creation.
He needs some milk.
That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
Before we go in,
I'm just playing my bad.
Wait, real quick. Before we go in, I want to introduce two people to the podcast. Krishna, you already know him. He's
Krishna. What's good with you, bro?
What's up? Podcast alumni for sure. And then we got my big bro in the building, Rush Me. That's who is at the bottom right there. This is actually his first time in the building, so
Peace.
For him to come on the podcast. But I'm sorry, but go ahead. I just want to say that.
Oh, I bless.
Real quick.
Let Krishna hop in, or I don't know, whoever. Yeah.
I just want to ask you. I wanted to ask you, Nashai, since you said you believe in death. First, I just want to ask you, what is death then? What is death to you? Like, define that.
Based on the evidence that I have, in front of me, it's when this physical, mechanical body is no longer animated by whatever force or source of power that was moving it around in this material realm.
So when the physical body is no longer animated, that's death to you.
That is one form of death, yes.
That's one form of death. So, but you also said that, let's use the ukulele, for example, before it's animated, does that mean it's dead?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Before it's animated, it's dead. So, okay. So basically matter without consciousness within it. This goes too deep. First, can matter exist, period, without consciousness?
It exists because of consciousness.
Right. So if it exists because of consciousness, then that would mean that it is consciousness, right?
There, it's done.
So it's a wrap.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
But consciousness can become corrupted, and the Bible specifically says that everything man puts his hand to is corrupted.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Like you said,
what is the corruption of life?
What happened?
What is the corruption? Someone asked, does that make it dead? And I said, well, what is the corruption of life?
You tell me, what is it?
That is the definition of death.
Ain't it the devil?
The corruption of life.
The
corruption of life is death.
Is the definition of death.
Okay, so what is life though?
No.
Hold on, rock with me real quick. So
I need some scriptures to back up what you're talking about right now.
That's the.
And then what? And then what?
Okay,
And
okay,
then
okay.
what, though?
Hold on. So wait, you said that death is the corruption of life, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yeah.
what you said, right? So
Absolutely.
what is life then?
Animate consciousness.
No,
And
but what animates? Like, what is life? What deems something alive?
Right. Consciousness.
Is a rock alive?
No.
Hold on, but before we even go there, wait, hold on, John.
Whoa.
Well, I want you to, so you understand that life is consciousness, right? Can we agree on that? That life is consciousness.
Yeah.
Right. And you said matter only can exist because of consciousness. What? Before I even go there, let me run it back. Hold on.
Yep. No, I know. I've seen it.
Let me rewind that real quick. All right. Before I even go there. Hold on. Let me get my train back. So, life is consciousness.
Yes.
Matter. Hold on. Wait. I almost forgot what I was going to say. It's a good point. Hold on. Bear with me. My fault. Fuck it. We're gonna rock with that one. So if life is consciousness and matter exists because of consciousness, then what does that make matter?
Consciousness.
Because if consciousness goes away, then matter goes away, right?
Yeah, but consciousness is order. I mean, there's the order of the trees. There's the order of how. Yeah, it's how things are shaped and formed, which is what we deem consciousness to be.
There you go.
Exactly. There we go.
Right.
There we go.
What I really want to say to you though is that because you said death is the corruption of life, and if life is consciousness, consciousness can never be corrupted. Consciousness can't be touched by
Then why do
anything.
people die? Because this body as it is a result of consciousness.
Because you said, why do people die?
Why does I'll ask the question again. Let me reframe it, okay? Why does this vessel, which we are riding around in, so to speak, break down when it has the ability to regenerate and heal itself?
Huh.
I got you.
Okay, go ahead and answer that.
Do things evolve and grow?
They also devolve.
Right. I'm not negating that, but I'm talking about
yes,
the other side.
Yes,
so things
yes.
evolve, right?
Great.
How is a caterpillar going into a cocoon and coming out as a butterfly? Would you consider the caterpillar dying?
A caterpillar is a butterfly.
So is a human body the spirit or consciousness?
Yes.
All right, I'm done. Nigga, that was it. I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say. Like, we literally just said the same thing, bro.
So then why does it? Then you have to answer my question. Then, if you're saying, look, because I made this. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Ra.
Thank you. I just want to say I dig the leveling and uncovering of every stone in which is taking place right now, but I feel it's from like the original thing we was like even on about the Hebrewz and the original thing. Yeah, that'd be fire if we could. I just wanted to say that just for.
Oh, it's all love.
I appreciate you for saying that, but I look at Nishaya as my brother, right? So if there's any time that somebody has any understanding, or not to be disrespectful to Nishaya, or a misunderstanding about something, then I feel like it's our job to hold court, and then we, try to make it work. And if not, then we just, it hit when it hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel you. We could touch back on the
I'm only representing what Hebrewz should believe.
Yeah, no, we're gonna bring it back. So you good?
We get back. We gonna get back for sure.
You're good. So,
but yeah, look. Now that we got two new people on here, I guess just dealing with the topic. Pure, like what you feel about all this Hebrew talk and and what's going on with the Jewish aspect of it, and how do you view it? You think it's a psyop? You think niggas is being manipulated? What's your take on it?
I think it's a little bit of everything, you know, a little bit of psyop, a little bit of manipulation. But ultimately, I think it's necessary for those who are of a certain vibration to understand that regardless of whatever your beliefs is, you got to rise to the occasion. You know what I'm saying? Whether you believe that, you know, you're from Africa coming into Hebrew, or whether you believe that you are native of this land, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where I stand. That's my perspective on things. I'm from here. You know what I'm talking about? My people from here, I can trace back my great grandparents. They all from here. You feel me? Right along the Mississippi River, which is also known as the Nile River.
Right.
You know, but that's a whole nother thing though. But though, my people from here, you know what I'm saying? And in regards to everybody kind of getting on this whole wave about, you know, Kyrie putting out the documentary, and then kind of Kanye talking about it too. I feel like it's bringing awareness to the mass majority of our people who are under that type of limelight, you know, that's controlled by them. And I feel like those are important factors into the evolution of our people too, because they're in the light, but they're not in the same light that we're in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That constellation star system light, that's our light right there. That's our, you feel me? Their shit is the limelight that is created by man. That's their light. So the fact that they're under that light, and if it's drawing attention to the masses, I feel like it's important for those who are under that light to expand it on the shadows of what's going on behind the scenes, which is the people that's in control and how they're controlling those people.
Right.
So you feel me? In regards to the whole Kyrie situation, I feel like what he's doing is powerful. I feel like it's very powerful what he's doing. I wish he could have stood up longer, you know, than what he did, because when he posted the documentary, immediately he apologized. And I wish he didn't do that. I wish he would have held on just a little bit longer, you know what I'm saying? To kind of really like show, you know, flex his muscles a little bit, like, hold on, nigga, we here type shit.
Right.
But I understand at the same time, because look at how many of our people who are under that limelight who had stood up, and nobody was rocking with them like that. Even Nipsey said, like, if y'all come for me, you know what I'm saying, y'all better ride for me. He said that in the interview before they got him.
Right.
So I understand why Kyrie may come down a little bit, and Kanye too, because they want to test out to see who really rocking type shit. Because if niggas standing behind him, then it's like, oh yeah, we rocking, it's up. What we doing? Let's get at him.
Right.
You feel me? So yeah, I definitely respect what you're doing. I respect what Ye doing, you know, despite all the impurities and the indeficiencies and the inconsistencies within what they preach, you know what I'm saying? I still respect the fact that they standing up for us.
And see, like you said, that light that's being, you know, projected onto this whole Hebrew thing right now, right? And I think when you had said something about it earlier, it's like I could say, like, for instance, I could say, you know, I'm Ethiopian, but what is it that what's backing, like, what's giving them that? You know what I'm saying? In a sense, like, for the Hebrews, it's the Bible, and that's like, to me, that's where it's like, that's where the light is gonna be you know, strictly on the Bible, because the Bible is what's given them that sense of power to say, like, we the chosen people. You know what I'm saying? That's their whole backing is the Bible. So if people can get at the Bible, or even fine tune the Bible to where it's like, nigga, we know that shit is not backed by no kind of factual shit. Especially like when you want to talk about Shem, him, Ham, all of that shit coming from Noah, we gotta prove the Noah shit is even real. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
For all of
Right.
this shit to even be a thing for a we Hebrew, you gotta prove that, nigga, the whole world flooded. Nigga, it was only 4 motherfuckers that survived and repopulated this whole motherfucker. Like, we have to touch on those subjects because that's what makes a Hebrew a Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? And
So you're saying that you
in
believe
America,
what you believe what he's doing is evolving the people, but it's also misleading them in the wrong direction.
yeah, in a sense, because it's like you can't. As soon as people say, "Oh yeah, we Hebrew, we the chosen people," what the fuck does that mean? You got to go to the Bible for that. You know what I'm saying? And
why?
What you mean? Why?
Hebrews
Because
don't
that's
play basketball. How
basis.
about that? Hebrews don't got basketball contracts. It's like God's chosen people ain't playing no ball for nobody.
You feel me? You right. You know what I'm saying? The niggas they not playing back. Like, so what is
go
it?
back to culture. It go back
and
to
that's
culture.
what I'm saying. Where does that originate from? How do you know that you a Hebrew? Where do you hear that from?
Well, it says not all Israel is Israel.
Where it say that at?
In the Bible.
There.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's the basis, that is the basis.
But that's like
right
saying,
there.
no, that's just like saying, let me try to parallel this. Brain pop it out. That's just like saying, damn. I don't know. Not all our ducks are ducks. I don't even know what the hell that even means.
Player, right? If I come out and I say I'm a basketball player, what does that mean?
Oh, look, not all basketball players are shooters. How about that?
I didn't say that. I just said.
There you go.
It's like saying that.
Right.
You said not all basketball players are shooters.
Right.
Yeah. What else could they be?
Space on the court. Yeah. Space.
The whole foundation.
Someone who shouldn't have been on the team. I don't know.
The whole foundation, though, is still basketball.
Dennis Rodman, though. I mean, hold on. That's someone who couldn't shoot. That's someone who was not looked at for his offensive, but there's other skills inside of basketball besides shooting.
So what are the other skills as far as being a part of a Hebrew that doesn't stem from the Bible? That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, you don't need the Bible to even, that's one of the most disappointing things. It's like, you don't even need the Bible. And even the Bible, it says in there's like, you reading this book thinking there's life in here. Like the Bible mocking people actually reading it if you read it closely, and so it's like look up and have an actual experience, and don't just be talking about something you read, because it also says much talk leadeth to penury. It leadeth to this a mediocre existence, and so like even the Bible is like, yo, look up and do something rather than just
crazy
run your mouth.
I love the way that you said look up, because it just made me think of something that I want to add some perspective to this whole shit, right? Because I agree with Selfmade with the fact that what Kyrie is doing, it is helping the people as far as like, us standing up for what he believes in, bringing attention to Black people being original people, all of that. That's cool. But I also simultaneously feel like he's leading people astray, maybe because of just a lack of information or understanding that he has about, this whole situation being Black people being original Hebrews, and the Jewish people being, this whole battle between these two races of people being who's the original chosen people of God. But the perspective that I want to add to all of that is this, because you said look up, right? The whole Bible, when you're talking about the 12 tribes of Israel or the 12 disciples, and then you're talking about Jesus being the Son of God or the Christ.
I see you already.
Really, the Son, Jesus being the Son of God is the sun in the sky. And the 12 disciples are actually the 12 zodiac signs,
right?
Along with the 12 tribes of Israel. You know what I'm saying? All of these things. So when they're talking about these 12 tribes and us being the original Hebrews or the Hebrew Israelites or the 12 tribes of Judah, these tribes are talking about zodiac signs.
Right.
So to me, the real chosen people of God are all humans on earth. And the tribes are our zodiacs because we're all influenced by these, these heavenly bodies and these star constellations. We're all a part of this labyrinth, this simulation of
I mean,
astro.
if you're gonna bring that into it, if you're gonna bring, I agree with you 100. But what I would say to that is like, it's not 12, it's 13.
And that's a whole nother point, right?
You understand? Right. I don't knock it. I don't knock any, but like it's like if, and it was kind of I don't know who was just saying that, he's kind of misleading the people by not standing in place and being an example and fully opening his mouth out about what that actually means and what the consequences are of that. We're seeing some of the consequences, but it sounds like he don't really want to jump into the fire.
Yeah, of course not. He gonna
not by himself. Not by himself.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's the point I was trying to make earlier. Like sometimes it takes celebrities to actually just open up the door. Like you know what I mean? Just like, and we can all agree to that, just like he said or whoever, said some shit, and it's just like, okay, yeah, they said it. It's not for them to pull niggas up and be like, hey, I'm gonna show you all this other shit. Even the Bible don't come out and say what the message, like, you know what I mean?
Who lights a lamp and puts it under a bed? Who turns on the light and then throws a shade over it? Come on, no. If you're gonna shine or don't.
Nah, but what I'm saying is that there was people who still to this day can talk to you directly and say whatever it is that they're going to say. But because you're at wherever you're at, it's still like casting your fucking pearls to swine. It's still like you're going to
register.
I'm going to say anyway.
Oh, you don't think a soul can be? You don't think you could break through someone's soul?
No, I'm not. This is what he's doing, right? So only thing he has to do is just again open the door. Only thing he's saying is watch this documentary, like nigga. So if y'all watch it, and y'all can do the work and y'all can come to your own conclusion about the information that's being put out there. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that a lot of times
you don't think he has any accountability for what's going to happen to people should they conform to the information that he led them to?
Hey, right. That's what I was.
And on that type of time, I believe that if you are, because just like the good book say, many are called, only a certain amount is gonna fuck with it, right? So if it's a part of your mission already to do it, it's already your mission. So you're not responsible for anybody. As soon as you think you're responsible for somebody, that's how you get trapped back into the loop.
The only thing though with that is in a sense, it's almost like, I mean, no matter what, I guess there ain't no right or wrongs, you know what I'm saying? But it's like leading the motherfucker into a fire pit, and nigga, it's like you standing over the fire pit, just waiting to see if somebody actually emerged from that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, that's how I kind of take that. It's like, all right, I'm gonna post this video and hopefully leave it up to the people, because I mean, at the end of the day, it is up to them to figure out what the fuck this shit is actually saying, just like it would be for the Bible or anything else. You know what I'm saying? And so, with what you were saying, Nashaya, it's like, yeah, you don't got to go through the Bible, and that right there is my thing. Is like, why are you pointing people? I get it. It's a source, but there's a lot of different sources that you can be pointing people to get the same type of information. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you don't want to like dilute it by the storytelling aspect. Because like you said, like you fuck with nature. I fuck with nature. My brother Pure fuck with nature. Like niggas is fucking with nature off tops, because that's the foundation of what everything really is and where everything is. You know what I'm saying? Like all the information stems from nature. You know what I'm saying? So we have these different mediums that we can go through. We got all these different paths that we can go to that's going to end up at source no matter what anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But it's like,
Right there.
why
Right
take
there.
them down a crazy ass path when you could show them an easy ass way? But motherfuckers is already
He
kind of
probably
like,
don't know. He
That
probably don't know where he at.
you know what I'm
that's it
saying?
right there. He
With that
doesn't
right
know.
Hey,
there,
look, hey, the Bible say it's harder for a rich man to pass through to the kingdom of heaven, you know, than a camel through the eye of a needle. So hold on, when people be super breaded, I'm not saying God don't bless people with money, but it's like if you didn't get that money through God, you know what you're required to do? Give all of it away. That's what the Bible says in red letters.
right there.
Right.
And that's what I was just going to say. So imagine the people who are going and following whatever he's talking about.
Right.
They were meant to do that. That was their job to do that. That's why I don't even feel bad about if they was to go through that fire. Like, nigga, if it took for this nigga to say this and for you to go through that type of time, then nigga, that was just your bag, baby. And I am happy with that. If that's how you gotta rock, that's how you gotta rock. So anything outside of that, like, you know, you ain't finna say, hey, nigga, maybe we got to go through this Bible and see, like, you know what it is. Like, we're already where we need to be at. So, because this is the woke era, right? So, just like I was saying, like, you know, how they put out that book scenario and everybody's like, oh, it's cool to be woke, such and such, all this other shit. This Hebrew shit right now is up and it's in the media. So now everybody, oh, nigga, the Hebrew, it's the same energy. But when the woke shit came around, niggas wasn't saying, hey, so, nigga, we woke. We didn't.
It's all dead word. It's no different than when someone gets shot. You know, when someone gets shot down by the police or they go to jail or someone, it's all that same type of like, look, oh, this is controversy. Let's run over here. Let's act like we somebody, and then we're just gonna go right back into the program.
Basically, and
I'm gonna pose this question to everybody. Do you think that, because we're talking about ultimately people coming together and finding this unitive power amongst each other to stop fucking with the system, stop buying their shit, stop supporting basketball, stop supporting all of these Jewish, because this is the shit, right? Like Hebrew, Jewish. So when we get this power, do you think that there is a way to unite with all of these different religions?
I mean, why not?
No, I'm gonna say after you. Go ahead.
No, I would like to hear. I would like to hear. I don't have to talk all the time.
Man,
I listen too. I got two modes. Talk and listen.
You saying, is it a way after this system fall, basically, can we all band together in a unity, all our religions?
Not after, during their reign right now. These niggas is up. These niggas is up.
Who would be coming together? You talking about black people? Or you talking about the world? What are you talking about?
All these different religions: Christianity, Hebrew, Muslim.
Hell no, nigga. These niggas hate each other, bro.
Not the purist. See, hold on.
You see what I'm saying?
This movie is called Atlas Shrugged. It's just about, like, I don't know. You guys have to check it out. It's like a New World Order manifesto, like Hollywood blockbuster. There's like a series of these movies and books. But anyways, what the rich people did is they just got together with all the smart people and the rich people, and they just ditched everyone else. So coming together doesn't mean necessarily being around everyone else's bullshit.
Right.
They've been talking about doing that.
Right. And the reason why
I think only a certain groups, my fault. I think only a certain group of individuals is gonna be able to do that. But as far as like on a collective level, hell nah, it's not possible. Too many people are asleep. People got different opinions. You know, some niggas not gonna stop watching basketball and football and none of this shit at all. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna do what they gonna do. But I think it's gonna be certain, maybe the most elite of these different religions. You know, we should be able to come together in whatever way possible. But
I understand that.
It ain't gonna be on a collective level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that you know, just to piggyback off what Krishna said, it's just like this is why now, especially at this point in time of the age of information, niggas got their tribes, man, and it's just like, you know, even everybody that's on the podcast right now, this is our tribe, like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's just like Nashaya got his, you know, got his background in how he rock. Krishna got how he rock. You know, me so pure, we got how we rock. Like, you know what I mean? So we're a living example of what you just now said right now, right? Like, you know what I mean? But again, when it comes down to the masses and how they feel the need to be associated with something, that's when it's not gonna pop, because then you get like, oh, okay, well, my religion is this, so nigga, yeah, we cool, but nigga, at the end of the night, nigga, when I pray, I'm praying to this guy, and you praying to that guy, and you guys is clashing. And my guy said, my book that I read said, I'm not supposed to fuck with y'all niggas guy. So keep that over there. Like, you know what I mean?
Not even to mention the fact that, nigga, you got over 4,000 plus just different Christian groups. That's the same shit. Y'all supposed to be on all one page, and y'all got 4,000 different denominations of just that. You know what I'm saying? And then same with the Hebrewz. We got all these different camps within the same.
That word is so dirty to even say now.
I want to say this though. I just want to say this. Like, I think it's unfortunate. Like, when I say that we can't come together, it's unfortunate because we should. The reason why we should, and the reason why we absolutely could if we wanted to, is because if we all actually understood our religions that we subscribe to or spiritual beliefs, we would realize all of them are saying the exact same thing. That God is consciousness, and we are all one. Because it's so stupid to fight over whose God is superior. It's like trying to fight over space. Like, nigga, yes, outer space belongs to us, nigga. Like, we all are under the sun. We are all children of the stars. So these different religions, but I want to say this last thing because I just want to bust this up real quick. And I don't even know if I can say this. I don't want to get it. Say it. All right, man. This shit crazy, man. So can we be real though? Like, I feel like we be kind of dancing around. It's people, period. We kind of dance around the real fact about religion and Christianity specifically. I want to say all Western religion, but let's talk about Christianity, man. That shit is the biggest spell book of all time. Yeah. That shit is not real. What? Like, for example.
Let me put myself on mute.
Being a fucking Hebrew Israelite, meaning it means that you are a descendant of Abraham, right?
Exactly.
Means you're a descendant of Abraham. Like, your bloodline can be traced back to Abraham and Sarah, right? So, before they called him Abraham, his name was Abram, right? And then Sarah was his wife. People don't know the metaphorical allegory behind that. It's not a literal person at all. No, Abraham and Sarah, if you put them together, that is your cerebrum of your brain. And Abraham is the ram of Aries, which represents the head in the brain. So the whole premise of being a Hebrew Israelite is based on these two people that never existed. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't believe that. Okay. And I will just say I'm in a minority in the way in which I view the whole thing. And so it is my understanding that Israelite is a divine culture.
Okay.
It's a type of culture. You understand? And even in the Bible, it says it was the Israelites' job to teach everyone else how to be in line with the Most High or this divine culture, to the point where everyone will be indistinguishable. And so this is where the elevation of the people is supposed to come. But with much is given, much is actually required. And so, this would be this thing where we even see with celebrities, and sports and athletes and people like making statements. It's kind of like there's a scripture in the Bible. It says like, if he does not do these things, they're a liar with no truth in them. So like, how much can I actually believe that he even actually believes what he's putting out there?
I feel you on that. So, but you said that Israelites are basically the people that God chose to teach people the true spirituality in the way of life, right?
Right.
In simple terms, right? The chosen people to teach the science of God. So, what is the science of God? It is astrology in nature, right?
Well, astrology is a piece of that. Yeah.
A piece of that. So beyond, being a descendant of Abraham or the 12 tribes of Judah, which my fault, the 12 tribes of Israel, right?
Right.
Same thing. Either way, what is the real meaning of being an Israelite? If you're, it's basically, to me, what that sounds like is a Israelite, a light of Ra. You know what I'm saying?
Is real light.
Same thing.
And what he did was he invoking a particular deity. I'm using just the plain English terms. All right. And as in real light and not fake light, because there's real lights, right? And then there's false lights.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Right. And so these are people with tasked with showing the real or pure or natural light.
A real light, right? So it doesn't really mean that you necessarily came from the specific bloodline necessarily.
It doesn't even matter.
Right. You're an enlightened being. You're sharing the real light. You are a real light of the world.
Right.
So basically, an enlightened soul, an awakened soul that actually understands the true science of life and nature. That's an Israelite. So basically, everybody on this panel are the real Israelites.
Facts.
Hey, y'all gotta speak for yourselves. I can always speak for myself.
I said that multiple times.
So basically, what I'm saying is, Israelite is the same as a Buddha, as a Christ, as a Krishna. These are the same beings under different titles.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe even in different regions of the world.
They're the same. What I say, they're the same personification of principles under different languages and cultures.
Under different languages and cultures, absolutely. So I say all that to say, the whole Kyrie versus the Jews and the Kanye, it's an illusion. None of it makes sense. It's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
It's an illusion so that these niggas can continue to make motherfucking money off of
that Hollywood. That's the Hollywood religion. That's
exactly.
What it is. That Hollywood religion.
Is there? I have to play Angel's advocate real quick. Is there such thing as an Israel dark?
Yo,
nigga.
And I am too. I am.
Yeah, I'll run with that shit.
Right. I'm an Israel dark, nigga.
And the reason why I say that is because regardless to how much we want to have this light in the world, right? What keeps the balance is the dark. Like, you know what I mean? So because I know that we just now brought up a true light and then a false light, right? So if we talk about darkness also being what Selfmade would say condensed or compressed light, then at that point in time, how do we gauge that, right? So it's just like, and I'm saying that to say for the people who don't really have an understanding of where we're at, they still kind of catapult us into being, or give us a confirmation into being to where we're at. So it's still a relationship between us and them I think that's going to go forever. That's just my
inevitable.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean? So
you're absolutely right.
But at the end of the day, I think that there is going to be a point in time to where there's going to be a specific place. I don't want to say people. I just want to say place in time in your mind to where just say, hey, you want to know what? This shit is kind of like lit, and regardless to if you follow that light or not, if you go into the tunnel or not, then it's just like, okay, but I still see that light, but I'm still choose to do this other shit.
The
And
dark shit.
right.
I'm gonna say this. I do see.
I think that when people choose to do that, it's just like, well, I don't think that people understand this, but when we see the atrocities, or when we see like the opposite of what we would consider to be positive, I think that people don't understand how much power that has. But I think some people do it in ignorance, and then we still look at it, we learn from it, and then we move on. We gain some light from it, then we move on. So the relationship with that is good, but at the same time, and I have to say this to the Hebrewz, not the Israelites, but to the Hebrewz, for you guys to say that you're the children of God, please demonstrate the Israelite part of that, not just the Hebrew.
Right. We don't wear other people's clothing. We have handmade, one-of-a-kind clothing that no one else can get because we're kings and we're royal like that. You can't buy this in the store. Like, come on.
That's a fact. And I would consider you Israelite. So what I'm saying is that, like, you know what I mean? If you're going to play the game how it's supposed to be played. And people would say, well, Woon, what about this I am shit? This I am encompasses everything. So sometimes, like, nigga, y'all see me right now, I'm tripping right now, but not because I said that I'm all positive and I should be. No, nigga, I'm all of this shit. So any given time, I can do what the fuck I want to do. There's no, this is me. I am. Like, nigga, put me in a bag and I'm gonna jump out of that bag and get another bag. Nigga, I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas talking about, right? But if you're trying to say that you are following this guideline, and that you're of God's people and you're supposed to be living this way, and you live in a totally different way, I can't fuck with it. And it's just
that's where the scriptures and the Bible come into play. You know, and that's what we was talking about in the Shia. It's like there's two different sides of the.
We're the ones walking around in public with one of these, like the Lord and Savior told them to.
That's a dagger.
Hey, and look, he's following, and that's the thing. It's like, that's why
they dress like Mortal Kombat niggas. That nigga got the Mortal Kombat knife.
He got the actual sword, nigga.
Motherfucker straight from Zelda, nigga. Where'd you get that?
and I didn't pay a thing. It was a gift from, the servant, because it says when you God people, you elevate it.
Hey, you walk in the walk. That's where I can salute you at that, because nigga, everything that's really in the Bible, like, you really is fucking doing. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good life, y'all.
I call them knockoff Mortal Kombat niggas. Like, they knock off Jordans. You know what I'm saying? You the real Jordan right now. Like, you got the dry shit. These niggas knock off Jordans. You know what I'm saying?
A few years ago, I was on Venice Beach. Israelites be out there preaching and stuff like that. But in my mind, I know these people don't really believe like what they're saying. They're out here harassing people about, in the public and whatnot. And so, they be having posters and signs and like different things like that, And I was interacting with, and that's what I don't like that religion. That's all it is. And if you even listen to what the Jewish people are saying and the media is saying, they're like, how come you keep talking about someone's religion? Totally missing over the fact that those people are not claiming to be the actual people. They're saying you're hurting our religion. All right. But maybe religion is culture, or is who you are. That is what you do. And that's what maybe our people miss, something, because we I don't know, we be looking for status, something like that. But anyway, I encountered this group of, they run in packs and stuff. And so they're out there, they kicking this trash. I personally believe that the kingdom of heaven is right now. If you want to enter it, just step in, let all this stuff go, and believe that the source, the great I am, got your back, and just walk in faith and knowledge that everything that you need is provided for you along the way already, because you're here, And so when people are not putting that across as Israelite, to take a huge issue. So I started kind of verbal altercation with like these 5 people, to the point where, look, I stomped on their posters, I spit on their posters. I called their mothers and their fathers and their wives every foul name that you could, call them. Because look, the Bible said it all about everybody already. That's why people don't like the Bible, because it talks shit to everybody, And but I knew in my mind, You know, they're not gonna do a damn thing to me because you know what? You got a job to go to. You got rent to pay. And then I got to a point where I commanded them. I said, I command you to leave this spot, and my word will not return to you void, because you know I had time and they didn't. And that's the true mark of the slave.
Hey, golly. Hey, right there.
Powerful.
That was,
you know? And they wouldn't even defend their honor. You know, I said the fight words. Someone talk about your mom, your dead grandma. They call them, these words. You're supposed to defend your honor as an individual, not even a man or woman. You know, there's words you can say that are supposed to trigger responses, but they couldn't because they're enslaved. You know, they're enslaved to the point where they can't even defend their good names.
That's the thing. You gotta you put in the work. I'll say this like this. Certain people, myself probably one of those pure, we didn't need the Bible. We didn't have to funnel through the Bible to come to this understanding that you have funneling through the Bible. You get what I'm saying? So you have all these people that's funneling through the Bible. I will say this. I applaud them for taking a step from Christianity to the Hebrewz shit, but it's kind of like it's 2.0. You know what I mean? They done 2.0'd up a little bit. You know what I mean? But like, hopefully that they don't get stuck there for another 100 years. Like,
because I got kicked out for wanting everyone to come together. That's how I got black sheeped out of all of that, because I was saying, "Yo, wait, you taught me, and now I'm in trouble for doing what you taught." Oh no.
Yeah,
that's like me. That's like me at the Hare Krishna temple and shit. They don't fuck with me. They love me, but at the same time, they be pissed off at the shit that I be saying. They do not be getting it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's baffling to me, because I be using the exact things that Krishna said. Like, I was talking to the head guru of the Hare Krishna temple, and he was telling me, and I told him, I seen him, and I was like, yo, man, I ain't gonna lie. Like, lately, I just been tapped into transcendental bliss. He was like, oh, really? Like, yeah, like, I see Krishna in everybody. Everybody is Krishna. He was like, no, everybody's not Krishna. I was like, no, but
that's my guy right there. That's my guy.
You know what I'm saying? I told him, I was like, yo, Krishna said that he is the super soul that exists in everybody's heart. So that means
every day
that we are the super soul. He was like, no, we're not the super soul. The super soul is within us, but we're not the super soul. I'm like, that nigga just could not comprehend what I was trying to tell him.
Right.
But he's the fucking head guru of the temple, and I respect him and shit. But like Nashaya is saying, bro, like he's a real Hebrew, living what they tell you to do, but they don't accept it when you do that. They want you to live by like their indoctrination and their guidelines of what they believe the scriptures are saying.
Because ultimately, modern day religions are just their businesses, and I'm not against that. But if you're gonna be a business, operate by the principles of your business. That's all I'm asking.
Exactly.
I make a living like this and believing the things I do, a good living, what I call honest living, of integrity. And that's what the whole thing was supposed to be about, being beings of integrity, so that a pure energy or natural energy can flow through us at all times and not blow out.
We've been swindled. Motherfuckers watching the news. Niggas is believing the religions. Niggas is following every single step that the system's done provided for people, and believed it down to the health.
I got one. I can't say it on here because someone's gonna try to make money. I gotta make the money first before I say it on here, because people are just unscrupulous. But y'all will see. I got bars for what my religion is.
Going back to just the documentary, because it didn't mention Israelites. It mentioned Hebrewz, but it did not mention Israelites, right?
Because that's a nation. That's a nation of people and a government of people and an order and power.
See, and that's my point. It's just like I can there's so many people who, and again, you know, our people are looking for this identity, man.
They
And,
hungry.
Right.
They is hungry.
Right.
and you know, as long as there's a supply and demand in play, nigga, I got something. What y'all looking for? Nigga,
Oh, I got one.
I got all this shit. But y'all
I
niggas
made a
need.
religion in jail. It's called neo-Negroes. All right, we have no land, we had no culture, we had no language, we have no nationality. We the new niggas. We the new niggas. Be what you want to be. Create a new culture for
Right.
yourself. That's what God would do.
Free to the
That's what
motherfucker,
God
right?
would do.
And that's a fact.
That's that I am shit.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, even when it comes down to, you know, just on that type of time, it's just like, you know, I hope that the hope that they are getting right now, you know, I'm gonna use Christian's word, it's a transcendental state to where it's just like, okay, you know, we're gonna take this and then it's going to go somewhere. So this is to all my Hebrew brothers that I want you guys to ultimately become Israelites and not just, you know, the media is pumping the Hebrew shit. Okay, yeah, you know, Hebrew shit, yeah, like, you know, it's a, but the Israelite part is what I want people to focus on when it comes down to, you know, it's that part, that war is not going to be televised. That part of the revolution is not going to be televised.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to say? That part right there is going to be internalized and not televised. Period. So you know, we have conversations like this just to, you know, just to try to show y'all the light of a different light of the Hebrew shit.
Yo, I want to ask a question. So like with the whole Kyrie situation, do y'all feel like it's almost like an act of liberation? Like he's literally trying to liberate himself from the contracts that's being ran by them?
Only time will
do
tell.
you feel like it's a part of the theatrical of the ones who are orchestrating and in control of the, you know what I'm saying, of the organization?
I feel like
wait. You mean like entertainment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like if he's genuine about what he's believed, he will be in these streets with me.
Hey, that's a fact. And see, this is
Damn.
what I was saying about this shit. It's just like, you know,
but
these
he
niggas
balls though.
Hey,
ball.
These niggas is
hold
on
on. So
the Bible says don't be playing sports like these heathens.
But
it
if
says
you
the
got a
heathens did
skill,
that.
think about it. If you got a skill and you go crazy at it to the point where it gets you to this position of
How are we calling that a skill? I find that, I mean, I understand that, but how is what he does? I understand in our system and our economy and our way of life that is considered a skill. But explain to me, if we were starving in the desert, how that could help us.
Nah,
it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply in a situation like that.
I am not a hooper whatsoever.
It's an art.
Do you play 2K?
It's just like you playing.
Like none of that shit.
Well,
hey, but look, check this out though. It's
I'm
just
just
like
saying.
you playing the ukulele. It's an art. It's a form of expression.
But that actually has useful properties on multiple levels. Ones that can even keep people from dying.
So basketball doesn't?
But basketball does.
No.
It does.
Basketball is something that is pulling people out of oppression.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Into another trap. You got 8 million people fighting for. You got 8 million people fighting for 800 jobs.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Hey, but
no, but that's irresponsible. It's irresponsible to promote sports as a way that our people should. I feel this is my personal opinion. Nothing against you, brother, at all. You know, but I feel like it's irresponsible, and it's something that's being perpetrated amongst quote unquote the people who look like me. I don't even want to put a word on it. You know, but this skin color, people are looking to these things as accolades or as praise, and I have to like keep it biblical and 100 here. The Bible says like these heathens think that's what's going on. Like we had superpowers. We could fly, literally fly. We were jumping up on top of city walls and things like that. We were breaking down things with our voices and our minds, but people want to bounce a ball and whoa.
But
it's been a process, right? You went through a process to get to where you're at now. So he could be going through a process to get to where he's at in the understanding of, oh, my people is Hebrew, my people come from Israel and all of that.
One of the things money does for you is it accelerates your access to information, because that's what basically money is. It's a storage or container for information, and the more of it you have, the more quickly you could access information. So this nigga not no dummy on the subject. That's not no short documentary. He probably read the book too. Do you understand? So it's like, if you're gonna step into the light, you step into the light, or shut up. Do not get
I was about to say
everybody ain't got it like that, bro.
Well, then he should have just sat down.
I was about to say, it's almost like niggas
that's crazy.
is playing the fence. Like he's
Thank you.
on top of the fence. He got one leg on this side. He got one leg on this side. Because if you was really about one side, you're gonna leave the total opposite side to jump onto this side. You know what I mean? Like you can't double dutch, because they
could have quit the
conflict.
NBA.
They
He could have quit the
complete each
NBA.
other.
Use his money to like do some whole big media outreach, just like the person who did that documentary. That person was a nobody. You understand?
But see, at the same time, bro, if you was to give it a percentage,
niggas ain't gonna rock with nothing. Niggas playing.
If you was to give it a percentage, what percentage would you give black people in controlling what's going on right now?
100.
Like in the world, in the entire
100,
world?
100. 100.
In the United States?
100.
I would probably say maybe 20%. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
It's our energy that is driving this entire thing.
What Nashaya is saying, I would have to give it 100%, because ultimately we are the driving force to all of these platforms, to all of these industries, entertainment.
Exactly.
You name it. We are the driving force. We are the life force to that.
Exactly.
So I feel like someone like him is, and I don't want to, speak for the brother, because again, we already talked about that. In a sense, he is misleading the people, but he's also bringing a broader spotlight to what's really going on at the same time.
Let me say this to that real quick.
Wait, just real quick. Real quick. He. It's almost like he's bringing spotlight to what you're talking about. In a way, it's like kind of how you said with Nipsey. It's like you throwing something. That's like you throwing a bone out there almost to see like how many people bite on it. Because if we running this shit, it would be so easily, to cut ties with a lot of shit that's happening, so that we can excel at our own rate, whatever that may be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. See,
absolutely.
This is kind of like just put ourselves in this position, right? On some IM shit, we telling niggas, hey, all that religious shit that y'all got popping is not it, B. So imagine somebody saying, okay, well, these niggas are saying that the IM shit, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, and people use that information to go smack somebody. Like, you know what I mean? Niggas is going on a rampage and shit, right? But it's just like, that's not what we said. But if that was what you felt like that we said, then we can't be responsible for that. So what I'm saying is that when it comes down to the situation, the only thing that people can do at this point in time is plant seeds. Niggas cannot walk niggas. We ain't forcing nobody. And ultimately, I don't care if I had a situation, right? There would be, in my mind, there's a lot of information that's out there. Let me just say it like that. So if I had like a younger person coming up other than my son, right? Because my son, he researched different, like, you know what I mean? But say somebody comes from a religious background, instead of saying, hey, follow this Christianity shit, I'm gonna say, hey, y'all take a peek at this, Y'all go peek over here at this. Y'all go peek over here at this. Y'all look at this. I'm not saying follow any of this shit. I'm just saying go take a peek at it, right? The conclusion that you come to as an individual is a conclusion that you come to as an individual. If I not said anything, I would probably feel guilty. Like, you know what I mean? Like, damn, I didn't drop nothing. Like, I didn't plant no seeds. I didn't drop no jewels. I didn't do nothing. At least let me put out something, right? And, you know, this is why we have this podcast, for us to at least put out something. Like, you know what I mean? And everybody drops their spill how they spill it. So even if it leads somebody down the wrong path, we're not responsible for how they react to just the seed that we plant. Like, you know what I mean? We can't. They can't say, "Well, I was on some IM shit." And let me give you a prime example, so because I know you be in the same conversations. When Kareem say, "Well, if y'all niggas ain't got no rules and y'all niggas don't believe in this, then I can just become a serial killer and won't nothing be, boy, nigga." If that's what you chose to do with that, with what we're saying, then that's what you chose to do. Like, you know what I mean? We're not.
You think he's doing a disservice?
Yeah, that's
when I say that, just by leading them to one source.
Yeah, well, this is the source that he feels comfortable with, and that's not to say that this is not a bigger scheme. But what I'm saying is that it's the source that he felt comfortable at this point in time to say, "Hey, y'all, check this out." Like, you know what I mean? This is just like Woon 10 years ago.
That part.
I am shit. Woon 10 years ago would have been like, "Hey, nigga, get on this motherfucking whatever I was on back then." Like, you know what I mean? So
that's what I'm saying. It's a process that he's going through.
No,
as far as the sources out there,
so it's just like, you know, wherever I'm at this point in time, at least I'm trying to drop something.
Yes.
At least, you know, plant the seed to whatever. How that you know, how that vegetation grows is how it grows. I have no control over that. I'm just planting the seed. So,
but
again,
if the blind leadeth the blind, they both fall into a ditch.
No, but watch this. But the blind is only from your perspective. It's only from self. You can say that this person is blind and not doing his Dougie and shit.
I'm not saying he is.
No. What I'm saying is that person's life path is their life path at the end of the day. Nobody can control nobody else's life path. It's not gonna happen. Even though we think we have a major influence, we can only plant the seed.
But wait a second.
Control anybody.
Shouldn't we be making sure that we not listen to some blind person who can't read or comprehend?
I listen to everything moving. Period. That's just me though.
It's all coming from source, no matter what.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And so it depends on where you at with this, and this is why I asked.
This is like one of those things. Like, say we were like somewhere and we didn't have water, and we're like walking through like, you know, the forest or whatever, and then it's like we came along to a stream of water, right? And then it's like, say it's just me, you, and Selfmade, or just 5 of us, right? Some of us are gonna decide to drink for the water, and some of us are not. One of us might be like, "Hey, it's all good, guys."
What if that water? But what if the water is poison? Like, there's too many.
That's my point. That's my point.
That's what I'm saying. There's too many different situations that may take place, and this is my point. Everybody has their own life path that they're going to choose. Everybody has their own life path that they already have chosen.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, all data is being funneled back to source. So it could be the 3 of us that chose to drink the water and we fucked around and died. And now Pure and Krishna at the bottom, they didn't drink the water. These niggas is still, so now they have a known wisdom about this river that we didn't have when we drank it. And that's what Pure is talking about as far as.
Okay, so let me take one step forward. So wait, they have that experience now, right? They have they watched us die or whatever. Now they know. And now they're walking across this path, right, with 3 people. They're in the same situation. They come to the same stream. The same conversation happens, right? And these 2 are trying to convince the other 3, like, no, we shouldn't do this. You understand? From whatever their experience, whatever their path, because they've been on this path already now, right? And so, do they have some accountability, right? To these people to tell them that they shouldn't drink this?
You already did.
I'm saying previous to the point, do they have an accountability to tell these people that this water is poison?
Accountability is for self and self only.
I could tell them, but if they
Well,
don't
I agree with that.
listen,
I agree with that.
Right.
Admit
What?
that, but accountability is for self and self only.
I believe in like stoicism, so that falls in line with that. You know, only
Right.
only my only my judgment and my soul really matters in it. But
I
these are
look at
still
it,
questions that can be posed.
Nah,
they
because you
gonna
gotta.
drink
If
that
you
shit
think,
anyways.
yeah, look,
They
and
gonna
if you,
rather what I tell them. If they gonna drink the poison, they gonna drink the
They gonna
poison.
drink it.
because
Fuck.
if you take it back to the first
I tell you
scenario,
all day, like, hey, bro, I'm telling you, don't drink that shit. You gonna drink it anyways. You gonna drink it anyway. I couldn't determine your
hey,
fate. I could just give you the seed. You know what I'm saying? The wisdom that nigga, that shit is poison. If you want to go try it anyways,
go back to the Bible. If God said, "Hey, don't eat off this motherfucking shit," it's gonna be a wrap.
they ate it anyway. They ate it anyway.
motherfucker,
It
yeah.
was to be honest, bro. Everything is happening like a machine, and we can't do nothing about it. That's why this conversation is so deep. It made me realize something about the whole Kyrie shit. And I say this with all love, bro. Y'all really made me realize I don't give a fuck about none of that
Amen
shit.
to that. Amen to that. That part. That part.
Hey,
I am in agreement.
hey, Chris, I'm up with you with that. The reason being is because at the end of the day, some people is gonna get what they gonna get from it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That nigga, he had to sit it down for however long we're gonna sit it down. Somebody said it earlier. Nobody's going to boycott the NBA. Nobody's going to boycott the NFL.
Exactly.
Like, some niggas gonna get paid. Some niggas gonna get paid.
I think you will see more and more of it.
Exactly.
I believe as the haves and the have-nots, as the have-nots, people start to more so wake up, because a lot of people think they have and they have not.
Facts.
You know, so when they become illuminated or they get some real light shine on that situation, I think you will actually start to see people releasing these systems and orders of thought, you know, because if anything, I believe what people like us can do is just use the controversy to illuminate the I am, which is within, so people can free your mind on this podcast. I believe is the whole point, you know, about all of this. But there's plenty of people, you know, they walking around, they think they got a house. No, you got a mortgage. They think they got a car. No, you got a note. You know, they don't even have the things they think they have. And with everything changing, and even with, let's just put it out there, this, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
So I want to prompt a question just based off of that right there. Like, we know that there's an opposing energy, right? There's the light force, the dark force, you know, and they work together, right? We need both of them.
Right.
With that being said, right. So with that being said, if, like what Krishna said, everything is moving like a machine and there's nothing that we can do about it, is there a such thing as evolution? Like, is there, because Nashai even said himself that, you know, everything is changing. So is everything changing into some sort of, is there evolution? Is that the change? Or is it actually not happening and, you know, things are moving?
That's a dope question. Let me say it just like this. If we know what a circle is, right?
Right.
The more that you think you're going forward, the more that you're going backwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
it's just a cycle. It's an eternal cycle of change.
Right.
But
so when you
up and
like
down.
It's just like, okay, what part of this circle are you playing at this point in time? Do you want to be the participator? Do you want to be the observer? Right? So now it's just like, if you want to be the participator, at that participator energy, you're going to say, man, we're going to change all this shit that's popping. Why? Because I feel like I'm participating in this shit and I'm a part of it. Participate, right? So now that I'm a part of it, let me try to do my shit to make sure I don't care. I'm not even thinking about if it's changing or not, but I'm gonna make sure that my experience and my existence is making whatever type of difference that I think it's gonna make. As opposed to saying, man, look at this shit right here, bro. Like this shit is crazy. Like just like how you said, you're like, man, look, is this shit even evolving or is it going back to where it's at? And when you get to that state, we don't need to be so much involved in what's going on because now you can't get us on what Kanye calls the trauma economy. You can't play us on that no more. Why? Because we're not participating in that. We're not in the participant state of mind. We're in the observer state of mind to where it's just like, nigga, y'all see what these niggas is doing? And this is what everybody, I'm pretty sure, has been on this for years. Like, nigga, y'all see this shit, right? Y'all see how they play this shit? It's just like a rerun, like, you know what I mean, of a TV show. Because they can only do the cycle of things that is the cycle of things.
There's no new thing under the sun.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you look at it from that level, it's just like, why am I emotionally investing into any of this shit?
Absolutely. That's my point right there.
Like, why am I emotionally
I don't give a
right.
fuck. I don't give a damn.
So when you come down to being the observer, it's just like, man, look, please be a Hebrew, but not a Hebrew. Please be a Hebrew Israelite as a participant. If you're gonna participate,
yo, I'm glad you brought that back up.
Please do that.
Yeah. Nah, because I'm glad you brought that back up. Because you said some deep, you be sneaking little deep shit in and then try to like leave that shit behind.
I got it.
He's preaching the Bible like he's not, but you know.
You said something. I do want to bring this up because I'm stuck on Lucid, bro. Like I just be wanting to talk about deep shit. You said some of the deepest shit. You said you hope we get to a point one day where we realize that, you know, that we are the I am. But even with that understanding, like even though I know this is what I am, I'm still gonna do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Even I am an Israelite, but I'm still gonna participate in being an Israel dark. You feel what I'm saying? But I get what you meant by that. And I got a science that I live that shit too. And but how I look at it is basically like y'all say, man, this shit, like the machine analogy, like this shit is just one big ass wheel of God. Right. And regardless of my state of consciousness, what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen.
Right.
Like the script is gonna play out. The will is gonna play out. The activities of nature is a naturally occurring thing. But so you only have two choices in this reality. Either go with what is or resist what is. Right. You feel what I'm saying? So all of this shit is happening as it is. So if I do some shit like, you know, fuck a bitch, you know, and that may not be the right thing to do according to religious people and shit. Right. Nigga, I was gonna do that anyway. But I'm gonna do it in a state of knowing who I am, though. I'm not gonna do it in a state of ignorance, and that's the difference.
That's a major difference. And just coming into that part, that's
maybe you just don't fully believe it.
Don't fully believe what?
Incongruency suggests a lack of belief.
Incongruency in what though? Like elaborate.
And like it's supposed to be the light and the dark. If you believe in the light, you will act as such.
I am the light and the dark, though. I'm the whole circle.
Yeah.
Like Selfmade put it on his page the other day. You seen, you know, the yin yang symbol, right?
Right.
Most people see the dark side and they see the light side, and people be like, "Yo, well, I'm the light, and I want to stay away. We gotta fight this dark side." But really,
there's only light.
It's one circle.
There's only light.
It's all encompassed inside of one circle. What you say?
There's only light.
Oh,
there is only light. You're right. The light is what's real, and the darkness is the illusionary energy. So let's go back to what you said, right? Matter, right? Matter is the dark side to me. This is my understanding. Y'all might have a different understanding of the yin yang symbol.
Yeah, no,
The
no.
I rock with that.
The light,
yeah.
the light in the on the light side of the yin yang, the yang side of the yin yang symbol represents consciousness, and the dark side represents matter. They both need each other to exist within this realm. So the light needs the darkness to express itself. And this is what you and Woon was talking about earlier with the ukulele. He was saying that you are,
That's what I'm trying to
you know what I'm saying?
Wait, look, I'm the line in the middle that gives it form.
Exactly. And you're the circle around it.
Yeah.
You're the circle, the line in the middle, the dark, and the light. You're the whole donut and the hole in the middle. You know what I'm saying? You're the whole thing. And we can't escape that. You understand what I'm saying? But the darkness, I agree with you when you say it's only light, because the darkness isn't really there because it's darkness. But it's there. If it didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to observe it.
I would say it's
Right.
darkness is a
Right.
state that light can be condensed into.
Okay.
There you go.
I can rock with that too.
See,
Darkness
and
is condensed.
how you just now put it, Christian, I would add to that, and I would say the yin and the yang is just chaos and order, right?
Right.
So when we talk about the chaos, and you know, I be wishing people, you know, some people be like, yeah, you know, I wish you peace and love, and I be like, nigga, I wish you war and all that extra shit, because you have to have a certain level of conflict to have any understanding of anything. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, if you don't have that conflict, then what are we talking about? If everything is a yes, yes, I'm not a yep person. Nigga, we got to beef a little bit. Like, you know what I mean?
You need friction for energy.
Yeah, just to see where it's at. So if it's on some different type of time, it's like, hell yeah, like, you know what I mean? Okay, well, we have to understand this in order to understand that. And I think that, you know, going back to what you were saying, Pure, about the Kyrie shit, to where some people are going to get this and some people are going to get that. Like, you know what I mean? So it's all based on perception. And perceptions are so dope because it keeps the world going round and shit, right? So when it comes to that, but just like what you just now said, Christian, when it comes down to at least know the position that you're playing when it comes down to it.
Exactly.
That's it right there.
Yeah,
like,
that's very important. And I accept the fact I'm playing the role as the. Honestly, I'm the observer and the participator at the same time.
Yeah, hell yeah. And the creator. You gotta play.
And the creator. Exactly. It's
I created circles.
Everything itself. Huh?
I created circles.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, and this is still you know, going against what you said, Nashaya, about saying that death is real. Like, death is an illusion. Nothing, because really you were never born.
Facts.
You were never born. You know, you coming into a physical body isn't a real thing. It's an illusionary experience. It's a dream. So, you know what I'm saying? If you die in a dream, you didn't really die in real life.
I understand that if you die in a dream, you die in real life.
You said you understand if you die in a dream, you die in real life?
Because your brain does not know the difference between what is real and what is not. So you never died. You never died in a dream.
That's the answer.
You never died in a dream, though.
I have died in multiple dreams.
No. What happens is, no, you didn't die.
I died in multiple
But
dreams.
you can't die.
You, as the observer of the dream, died.
You answering your own question about
That's
that?
what I'm saying. He's answering his own shit.
Right.
That's because you guys.
So that's the same with
Well, let
this
me ask this. Look, wait.
If you die in this world, then you didn't die. You, the observer of this body, didn't die.
I think you guys will better understand it if I ask this question, okay?
There you go. Go ahead.
Since a possibility or the existence of death exists, right? Wouldn't the opposite have to be true, that immortality exists?
Right.
And all I'm saying is
immortality.
So all I'm saying is
no. You're saying. My bad. You said.
Nigga just jumped in out of nowhere.
Look, he don't know.
Nigga came in. No.
Sorry. Oh shit. No, so you're saying if death is real, then that means immortality is real.
No, I said since death exists, the physical, the mechanical death of this body as a possibility exists. All right, that's one of the possibilities that can happen with this flesh and blood machine, whatever we're calling it, this avatar. All right, then the opposite would have to be true, that it also has the ability to exist indefinitely.
Right.
And that's all I'm saying. I believe in that.
But wait.
I believe in that too.
That's a confliction.
I agree with what he's saying. He's saying if it's a possibility for this body to die, then it must also be a possibility for it to live forever.
I mean, I hear what he's saying, but I'm saying you would first have to tell me what death is and what does that ultimately mean.
We already went over that. I'm saying, as far as my experience, what I can perceive, it's when this physical body is no longer animated by whatever power source was,
Are you the power source?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no when the body.
Well, I'm gonna deal with what people can perceive in the physical realm.
Let me ask you this: Is the power source? What you say?
Limited.
Yeah, is the power source does the power source die? That's the question.
That's the question.
The power source die? If no, then it's already. If no, then it's already immortal.
Right.
Exactly.
But that's because you believe that energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's because that's your guys' belief. I do not believe that.
So you believe the answer to the question though. So you believe that the energy source dies when the body dies?
The consciousness is corrupted in a way where it cannot maintain the vessel.
But what happens to the consciousness? Hold on. So, but
it's corrupted, and it's corrupted, and on its way back to source, it's gonna be discarded into a whole other discussion that we won't go through now.
No.
We already been here before, y'all. We keep getting back to the point.
No, you can't do that because hold on. Because you're not answering the question.
I am answering the question.
When the body dies, does the consciousness die?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When the body dies, does the consciousness die? Simple question.
Not immediately.
So you believe consciousness can die?
I believe it can be destroyed.
Consciousness itself.
Energy. We're just because it's all energy. I believe energy can be destroyed. Yes.
Where does it go to?
Right.
Yeah.
We had this conversation before too.
I'm just asking.
Let's go. Let's get it.
It's the N words.
Huh?
We have to be open.
It's nowhere. Nothing.
That's not. There's no such thing as nowhere and nothing.
That's the definition of something. Look, that's the definition. Look, that's the definition of taking something out of existence.
Hey,
no, if it wasn't, then it wasn't.
Non-existence.
What is
because all right, if you wipe away,
does nothing exist? You just said what I said.
I'm asking, where is nothing at?
Nowhere.
My bad. This shit funny as hell.
It is. It's all good. It's all love. I'm just saying we've been here before, y'all. We've been here before.
Okay, so where does nothing exist?
You said where does nothing exist?
Right. And you said nowhere.
Nowhere.
Where is that at?
Yeah, where is that?
Even better. How does something go from something to
nothing? Let's look. If it existed, right, of consciousness, I will be able to tell you. But it's not a part of consciousness or energy anymore, so I cannot tell you where it goes.
So you telling me?
So you're believing something that you can't even explain.
No, I can't explain because look, when you get a foreign substance in this body, it expels it from the body.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so then you said that it becomes nothing, and I asked you, okay, well, where does nothing exist? And you said nowhere. Where does nowhere exist?
We can't say.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
I said that.
Okay,
There's no,
but that is that no, not existing is the destruction of energy as we know it.
But there's no such thing as non-existence. There's, if you wipe away everything, and when I say everything, I'm talking about all matter. If you destroy every piece of matter in the universe, there will still be something. And what is that something? It is pure consciousness, nigga.
Hey,
it's just consciousness.
Nashaya, imagine you
take all of,
Hey, Nashaya, imagine you take all of the nothing and you put it into a bag and you drop it off.
You can't do that. You can't do that with nothing. You can't. I mean, I know this is funny, but I'm being serious. Look,
boom,
nothing. Imagine if you were, hold on. Just imagine if you were nothing. What would that actually mean? If you were nothing.
What do it mean?
You want to know how I know nothing don't exist?
Because it doesn't.
No, you want to know how I know that there's no such thing as nothing?
No thing, right.
No, your question is the definition, is what I'm trying to explain to you.
What I'm trying to say to you is, if it wasn't anything, how are we talking about it right now?
We're not, because you guys asked me to describe it, right? And I'm keep trying to communicate to you. There's not words because it doesn't exist.
Well, you're describing it.
What the hell?
So how can we be
hit a
talking
paradox,
about
guys? We're at a paradox of truth. We can't we're trying to bust through. We're here, guys. We're around something. We're not on the level yet. I'm sorry.
This is the door. But what I'm trying to, we're on, like you said, we're on both two different sides of the mirror. Because you're saying that you're basically saying that nothing exists, but this is not possible because it doesn't exist. So the only thing that is things that exist. Which is
okay, no, yeah, I'm saying that, but I'm saying you can be taken out of existence.
Now, when you get taken out of existence, you go from something to nothing, is what you're saying, right?
Still making it a thing.
No, there's no thing.
You go
why would something become nothing, and what will cause that to be so? Like, what would cause something to become nothing, and why?
As you asked me this question, I would say because it matters. And then it comes back to matter, and then it comes back to the form of consciousness and things like that is what I would say.
You cannot escape. You can't escape it. You keep answering.
Right? You're trying to ask me a question. I answer the question. Nothing doesn't exist.
You're on point. The way that you're answering these questions is what we're trying to get you to see. But when you answer them, you're not seeing what we're trying to see.
It's crazy. You know what's crazy? I feel the exact same way. I feel the exact same way.
If nothing didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to talk about it.
So tell me what nothing is.
It doesn't exist.
So that's what. Stop it! Stop! You cannot.
Nashaya, watch this.
Talk about it.
What is surrounding something?
Everything else.
What is that?
Get out of here.
All matter. All matter.
What is surrounding that? What is surrounding all matter?
Nothing.
Right.
He said surrounding, which was the key word. Consciousness is a form or a structure.
And outside of that is what?
Huh?
Outside of that.
Non-existence.
Wait. You said consciousness is a form. Who told you that?
Whoa.
Since when was consciousness a form?
Right.
Everything around you tells you that.
Okay. Is space a form?
Yes.
What form is that?
Yeah, what form is that? How is space a form if everything that has form is in space?
Wait. You calling it hold on. You calling it space, which identifies it as hold on, wait. He's calling it a thing.
Your answer right here. Go ahead, Nashai.
All right?
You
He's calling it a thing. All right. Which identifies it as a form and structure because he's identifying it as a thing. The only reason we know what he's talking about because he identified it as a thing, which has form and structure that's identifiable separate from other things.
Take that same ideology and apply it to no thing.
You cannot do that.
Take that same formula in which you just now said and apply it to the nothing that you're talking about. He just now backdoors you.
You cannot do that. You cannot do that.
Hold on, wait. What's the definition of nothing? Let's do that. Give us a definition of no thing.
Right.
Non-existing.
So why are you talking about it?
We aren't.
You just now said no thing. What?
We're talking about things that matter.
Okay. Again.
Hey, let me do it in this way.
Real quick, so when it comes down to this energy being out of here, where does it go?
Nowhere.
What does it become?
Nothing.
Wait. Let me do it to you like this. What? Okay. We have wood, right? That's something, right? Wood is something.
Yeah. Hey, we somewhere right now. That's all I know. All right, hold on.
Right now.
Niggas is on DMT right now.
I wish, man. Hold on, you got some? Like,
look.
Wood is something. Yes.
You got wood. Wood is something.
Yes.
You burn it, and it disintegrates into ash. That's something. What is? How much further can you go until you get to nothing? Is my question.
We don't have the power. We don't have the power. We don't have the power or capacity.
For what? We talking about?
What does that mean?
Because look, all right, and
I'm
gonna take it back to the Bible. I'm taking it back to the Bible. All right, I'm gonna give you my answer. All right, in the beginning, all right. Listen.
Run back to the Bible.
Okay, well, I'll just say that we have to. I have to. It's okay. All right. In the beginning, all right, there was 2 trees. Okay. So there's 2 trees. Let's bring it back for the people. We'll bring it back on topic about these Hebrewz. All right. There's 2 trees. All right. One of the trees, he did not let them eat from because he said, then they will be like us. Okay. Which was letting me know there are entities that can create and destroy. We do not have this capacity in our current states. It is something that has to be probably earned.
You said
what you mean by that?
So he's saying that there's gods that have the power to destroy things and turn it into nothing.
All right, I'm about to kill something real quick. I just pulled up a scripture. You said you like the Bible, right? You want to go back to the Bible. I'm gonna pour the Bible. I'm gonna pour the Bible on you real quick.
Do that.
Genesis, right? This is the beginning. We talking about the beginning, right?
Amen.
God said, and the earth was without form. What does that mean to you? Because you said you was trying to say space is form and all this stuff.
No, I said consciousness.
It said without form.
Yeah. So you asking me what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that to you? What does without form mean to you?
Well, the next words explain it. It's a void. There was no consciousness there. There was nothing there.
How does God know that?
Don't answer that question. Your head is getting blown off. Don't answer that question.
I've never been asked that question before, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then look, I'm gonna just read the last part. It says, "And the Spirit of God."
Oh, there's probably another level. Oh, there's probably we're in a I'll take like you remember like Men in Black, right? And then like the end of the movie, and like went out and then it showed like the universe, and they were like playing with marbles, and things like that. It's just like, look, we're like inside our little marble right now, and you have me hitting my head against it when I'm not allowed, like probably outside of it yet. Like
You are though.
okay, I probably am, but what I'm saying is we're at the extremities of thought for this level of consciousness.
But that still would be a shape or form, though.
Right.
Yeah, because we're somewhere right now, right? We're not nowhere, are we?
Nowhere is based off of scripture. Nowhere is also a place because God was able to describe it.
Exactly.
And then again, like I said, it said, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So he must have been in this dark spot to know about it, to then move from there to the face of the waters, which is the form of the earth.
Can you navigate through nowhere?
Only God can, right?
Nigga, give me the coordinates to nowhere, because I need to get the fuck
I
out.
don't know. Maybe it's like how people supposedly can't breathe in outer space type deal. Without the prerequisites, without the prerequisite learning and technology and skill and understanding and capability. You're just asking me to, like, breathe in outer space or underwater.
Space has a form. That's all I hear you say. Space has a form.
Well, yeah. So where do we miss out on that? It has a form.
All right.
I said that earlier.
But can infinity really have a form?
But space is somewhere. Like, space is somewhere. All those places that you were describing were still somewhere. They were existing because they were being talked about right there in that book. So they obviously exist and they're somewhere.
Does the void or the darkness exist?
Darkness is condensed light.
I said the void or darkness.
The void is only implying that there is no consciousness applied to form or shape anything.
It's without form.
A void is potential energy. That's all.
I'm saying, but it's without form.
Right.
So it's nothing. It's void. It's not. There's nothing in there.
No.
It's something.
No, because space is consciousness. We already discussed that. Space has a form and shape, so space is consciousness. It has potential energy to do things with.
So what is the without the form? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the without the form then? That the Bible's talking about.
Saying that, okay, I know that it might look like if we were sitting in a room, I know it might look like there's nothing or there's no form or anything between us. But in actuality, there's billions of particles in space and form between us that have potential to do anything that our consciousness can manipulate them to do.
There you go.
Right.
That is still somewhere. That's not nothing, and that's also not nowhere. That's something, and that's somewhere.
I want to ask all of y'all this real quick.
Okay, you good. But when you say has potential, right? So until that potential is carried out, would that be considered nothing?
No, because potential is something.
No. Okay then. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't understand.
What do you mean? I'm talking about an area of no
something.
I'm talking about an area of no potential.
You saying that? Whoa. So you saying nothing is an area of no potential?
Right.
I guess
that would be the void.
I'm saying that now. No, the void has potential.
Of what?
Hold
on,
man.
Potential to be manipulated by our consciousness.
I gotta
God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. What do you mean now?
This part is killing me, right? And I think this might answer the question, hopefully. Because you said that space has form, right? And I'm asking all of y'all this though. So is there a limit to space, or is space infinite?
Infinite.
That's what I'm saying. If space is infinite,
I would say infinite.
there is no form to
Says
that.
space is infinite, right?
Consciousness creates spaces of limited. You understand? Potential.
I'm with you. Okay, so
that's what
consciousness
our
creates
creator did.
spaces. Wait. I'm gonna rock with that. So consciousness creates spaces, like, let's call them wombs of infinite. Of potential, right?
Right.
So outside of those spaces, we'll have to be surrounded by consciousness, right?
Correct.
So is consciousness infinite or limited?
Infinite.
Okay, so if consciousness is infinite, that means it's everywhere at once. It's no limit. It goes on forever and ever and ever.
Right.
It's
Consciousness. Well, what happened? Then you guys are ignoring mechanics. If you create a machine, the machine has to operate according to the program that you programmed it with, or else it will break down and stop functioning.
Right, you talking about the spaces that it creates like little bubbles of little universes in, right?
That's what we're in. Because as far as I know, that's what we're
right.
in.
Okay, let's say we inside of a bubble. So you saying that we're inside of a bubble, and it's these probably millions, maybe even infinite bubbles within this sea of consciousness, right?
Right.
So outside of the sea of consciousness, there's nothing, right? Nothing exists outside of this sea of consciousness.
What you're calling nothing is ultimately saying that it's the chaotic, because you're saying it has no form. Chaos doesn't really have a form, but it has a form.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. It's structured chaos.
So what?
Even chaos is structured.
The reason why I say we're hitting a limit, because the next question that may pop out here is, okay, well, what formed consciousness? Because that's like right on the level, and I was saying we add an extremity right here.
Let's sit there for a second. You said what created That's the final question. That's the final boss of all spirituality, right?
I mean, sure, maybe.
Consciousness was never created; it always exists.
Thanks.
Infinite immortality, as you say. All life, baby. We here.
Infinite immortality.
100%.
This is the best trip I've ever been on in my entire life. I don't know what the drugs we're actually on in our wherever we're actually at. We're on the best one, I promise you, because they don't got nothing like this here in this realm. I'm telling you.
Well, bro, I call this the soup, nigga, the cosmic soup. We swimming in this bitch right now. This is where everything is at. This is where everything came from, and this is where everything is at. We in the soup right now. There is nothing outside of this infinite sea, and it was never created, it was never born, and it never dies.
I feel like
this is who we are.
It
and
always
there's
is.
nothing outside of this.
I don't necessarily disagree with fully what you're saying. What it is, and I would tell you the genuine feeling that's generated from me when I hear these type of sayings, it makes me feel like it could lead people to a space where they don't become their full potential, or they can kind of just lag back. Or and you might say that was their purpose. You might say that was their purpose, but I'm out here calling, and I'm calling because everyone can do it. And so everyone has the potential. And so when I hear teachings like this, it's not necessarily that I disagree. Maybe there's some areas, within our personal experiences that's probably gonna differ, but mostly it's just like, hold on, I value life. I like living. I like doing this here with you guys. I'm not really conscious of any other experience in a non-altered state, of existing. So it's like I feel like there's something innate in me to push people to protect and maintain this vessel, because it is a beautiful thing.
Let me bounce
miracles.
Go ahead.
When it comes down to I love it. Like, there's no right or wrong where I'm at, but I appreciate where you're at right now, because you're participating and what you feel like is going to keep this circle going, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's okay to just sit back and watch it. Sometimes we gotta just watch. Sometimes we have to be the observer of things and say, you want to know what? Let me see what this person is going to do on their. You got a kid, Nashaya. Let me, right? I have a kid, right? As much as I would like to take my son and be like, nigga, do this, nigga, do that, do this, do that. At some point in time, as a parent, things are going to have to become apparent. Bars.
That is
anyway,
depending
watch this. But listen to what I'm saying. At some point in time, you're going to have to become comfortable with being the observer of your child.
I would say that is a very. What I would say is that is a very modern way of looking at things.
That's your perspective. I can only,
and I will respond, in saying that is dependent on what you are willing to do as a parent and what consequences you're willing to suffer because of the control you are perceived to exert over the child. Because ultimately, you have no control. You have no control.
He's not saying
why do
raise your child
for anything when I'm not participating in the results or the actions from the gate. Can
you go back to the beginning? I didn't hear the beginning. I'm sorry.
Let me re-say it. So if you're saying a part of suffering, right? But I'm not even involved. So how can I suffer when I'm only observing?
Because that's what. Well, I won't say that's exactly what happened to me, but it was a similar thing that kind of happened to me. I don't fuck with this system shit other than come down here and say fuck the system. That's all I was doing for a minute. Other than that, I was fucking kind of like living my little fucking life. But it's like even that was the environment had a reaction to my separation from it.
Right.
And so it's kind of so it's for me personally, I would say it kind of becomes skewed because of my experience, in all of this. I wasn't fucking with nobody. We weren't messing with nobody. But because of how the machine typically works, it saw something out of order and said, "Oh, we gotta fix Nashaya," or whatever they thought. I don't know what they thought.
Well, this is again, and that's why I say sometimes. What you just now said is the observer part of what's taking place, right? So of course you're not emotionally, because you could be emotionally attached to that. I'm not saying that you're not, but for the most part, you observe that scene like, okay, this is what it is. You ain't, you still rocking. So obviously you put yourself more in the observer's position as opposed to being in the participator's position, right?
I was doing both. I had the ability to do both because of the nature of how I was living.
There we go. And that's my point right there. So know when to be the participator, but understand that you can also just be the observer sometimes.
Exactly.
But you have to be willing. You have to be willing but even that has consequences.
But that's
just letting life happen to you has consequences.
Hey, look.
That's why you got to use discernment on when it's appropriate to just sit back, because some shit you can't control, and some shit is not meant for you to control.
Right.
But at other moments, it may be in the will of consciousness or the creator for you to take action.
I call it God mode, man. You got to stay in God mode 24/7.
Right. You gotta know when it's appropriate, because if somebody about to stab you, nigga, we ain't saying be an observer in that moment. In that moment, you gotta participate.
Right.
But what if the nature of your existence, right? What if the nature of your existence is you're a very soft and delicate thing, but your entire environment is sharp and can hurt you?
Well, nigga,
you up out of here.
Your ass finna get up out of here.
Hey, look, and that's why as a creator, we created ourselves with an ego. Like, hold on, bro, you stab me. I don't know what you talking about.
Exactly.
I'm gonna preserve myself and nigga at any cost around here.
And I want to address one other thing that Nashai said. You said, you fear that accepting that we're all consciousness in this infinite sea may actually make people basically be like, fuck it, I'm already God, so I don't have to grow, I don't have to do anything.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Christian belief that like, oh, Jesus died for my sins, so fuck it.
Right. But really, to me, this is my understanding. Consciousness is always through its creation is always evolving itself. But you may not know what that evolution looks like. So, for example, Kyrie doing the shit he doing, to you, he's not fulfilling his potential, he bullshitting, but that is a part of the process of the whole grand scheme of things of the evolution of consciousness. You don't know every intricate detail of how that's affecting the whole. It may look like bullshit to us, but you don't know the moving parts. You don't know what that, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is ultimately, no matter what you do or don't, what you do or don't do, it's all a part of the evolution, whether you know it or not.
But I still, like, we have to go back to what you said I should use, though. We have to use wisdom and discernment at all times, God mode 24/7, like Selfmade was saying. And so what I'm really putting across to people is that, yes, we're all consciousness, right? But you can be eliminated from that. That's all. We don't know how. We don't know how. Because honestly, just imagine just a regular person having the actual ability, you understand, to wipe something from existence. And we have laws to keep that, you know, stop that from happening to human bodies. You see?
So are you using a fear tactic to keep the people aligned with what you're talking about?
Right.
Having knowledge should not inspire fear.
No, but you said, like, we already went over the whole thing about.
Oh, wait. Having knowledge can inspire fear for sure.
It can fear is the result of ignorance.
Yeah, it can go both ways.
It could definitely go both ways.
It can go either way.
Fear is only the result of not knowing what to do.
By you telling people walk this straight line or else, you don't think that's a fear tactic just within itself. Whatever the or else is, it's just walk this or else type shit.
It doesn't have to be or well everything is or else. I'm not hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? Everything is or else. And so what I'm saying is, if you look, let's just say like let's say I put you behind the wheel of a car, all right? And I tell you never driven before. I tell you smash that pedal and ride us around this 2-lane mountain like you don't want to die. All right, you're probably gonna be afraid. But if you have knowledge and understanding on how a vehicle works and driving and everything like that, you're not going to be afraid. You're going to use your knowledge and wisdom and discernment to move through that situation.
Right. But I want to go back to what you said, though, because the point of what you said, that you can be wiped out of consciousness, like you can be removed from being consciousness. That's not a real thing.
Okay, so the Bible says, do not fear man who could only kill the body. Fear God who could destroy the body and the soul.
All right, boom, right? So if you kill me, I don't even like speaking like this about myself because I'm immortal. But just use me for an example. If you remove me, this body and this soul, even if you was able to destroy this, me, who I am as the consciousness, would never go anywhere. If you remove me, I would still, even if you remove me right now, I would still be on this panel looking through your eyes, Woon's eyes, Josh's eyes, and Pure's eyes, because consciousness can't be destroyed. You can remove this soul or this energy body and this physical body, but I'm just going to go
for the information. Where's your
What you
source?
say?
Where's your source for the information that consciousness can't be destroyed?
Hold on, wait, because I got a question to what you said. And when I say the Shire. So what you just said now, say Christian, like you can't be what?
I can't be destroyed. Consciousness can't be destroyed. Even if you remove me and this soul and this body, the consciousness is still going to exist.
That's the ego. That is ego.
So real quick, Nashaya, what is the soul?
I love you, though.
What is the soul?
Nah, that's cool.
Say again.
What is the soul made of?
I mean, it's a form of evolving consciousness.
Is
So
that
is it consciousness or is it not conscious?
It's a form of evolving consciousness.
Okay, so you can remove consciousness.
Yes, you can
Okay.
destroy this. From my understanding, and we all know that what I'm coming from and what my
Because you
belief
was just
structure
not going
is.
to ask Krishna what is his references of information. In the Bible, does it tell you where consciousness goes to when it's no longer there?
pull the
It
script?
calls it. It calls it out. It says out darkness.
What? Say that again.
Darkness.
Mm.
Darkness.
Is there
Outer
a difference
darkness,
between darkness and outer darkness?
Right.
I mean, I guess the word outer is the
So what's-
qualifying word there.
What scripture is that? Because I want to read that. So it tells you
Yeah.
as soon as consciousness is out of here, then it goes to that. I want to see that scripture to where it says it goes to outer
It's in
darkness.
Revelations.
Right.
Hey,
I
even outer
just want
darkness.
to say this right quick. I just wanted my fault. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, even outer darkness. If God can describe outer darkness, it's a place.
It's a
So
place.
I just had to
It's
say
a
that.
place. Right.
It's
It's not nowhere.
subconscious.
It sounds like a place beneath the darkest. It sounds a place outside the darkest
Your
thing you could even
imagination
imagine.
is grand, Nashaya. I love your imagination. I do.
It's the subconscious.
Yeah, exactly.
The subconscious.
Yes.
Deep waters.
Yeah?
Hey, Nashaya, let there be light. Before then, what was it? What was it?
And God called the light day.
Because
Yeah,
anything outside of
Right.
conscious
But
will be the
I want to clarify
subconscious.
this real quick. Then I'm done.
No, go ahead.
So
My bad.
basically,
I say that.
because you said when I said that if you destroy this physical body and this soul, I will still exist. You said that's ego, right? I just want you to know that which would be destroyed would be the ego, but I'm not the ego. I am that sea of consciousness that we're telling you about. That's who I am, and that's who you are. So you can't destroy that. If you can't destroy the sea of consciousness, then you can't destroy me.
Right.
You understand?
Hey, well, not everyone knows that.
Right, but that's the secret, though.
That's what you're supposed to let them
Well,
know.
we told them.
That's
Not
what the
everyone can
Israelites want to
respond. Not everyone even knows, and that's why they gon', go to nowhere and nothing.
Even if they die and they don't know that, they're just gonna reincarnate. Because this is the thing: people don't die and just go to nowhere. If you lose your physical body, you go into another physical body.
There's a point to every man to die once, and then the judgment.
Judgment from who?
You talking about from the Bible?
Yeah.
Stop all that. Stop that
The
judgment.
Bible got a copy from something older.
The Bible is a spell book.
Hold on, well, look, words aren't, words and sayings aren't original. All these words and everything I'm saying and the energy they encapsulate existed from the beginning.
Who told you that there's
I asked you who
death?
first.
Who told me?
I asked you first. Who told you? What's your source for energy cannot be created or destroyed? That's what I asked you. Who told you that?
I am that source of information.
Oh, I am. I am. See, this is the part we got to battle now. It's like we got a duel.
So I wanted to ask a question real quick too in regards to that. Like, is there a difference? Because I'm trying to understand, like, when we say like consciousness, pure consciousness, or like the sea of consciousness, are we talking about the subconscious? Because there's a subconsciousness and there's also a consciousness. So like, I want you to clarify on the definitions between the two, because I'm a little confused on that right now.
Damn,
there's a personal subconscious, and then there's a super consciousness, which I would consider the subconscious that I believe you're speaking on.
Me personally, I fuck with the subconscious because.
Hold up, I got you right here.
Let me say this real quick. Consciousness, right? A lot of times, consciousness means to be aware and woke and shit, right? So, the human state dealing with the ego is for us to be conscious what's going on around us and this is what drives the ego. This nigga got a wooty wop. Oh, I want to be better than this nigga, so therefore I'm going to do this in order to do that. The ego and the subconscious and the regular conscious goes hand in hand.
Okay.
The subconscious mind is just like, nigga, I don't need to do none of that shit, right? And I said this in the last show. Selfmade gave a dope analogy. Subconscious got me sitting in the back seat, right? So if for the people who believe or understand the biblical story about Esau and Jacob, Jacob was a motherfucker who was just like, man, you want to know what? I'm sitting at the house with moms. I don't need to do none of that shit that you niggas is talking about. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is subconscious mind. I'm not moved by a lot of things because everything is what it needs to be, right? Esau, on the other hand, had to go out in the field and go get the game, like literally the game. Like they say that in the scriptures, it says go get some game. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like you have to go out there and, you know, go get the information and do all this other shit, become a hunter and do all the, you're not chilling. Like, you know what I mean? So the conscious mind would allow you to say, hey, let me figure out what's going on within my immediate human mind. Like, you know what I mean? Subconscious is like, nigga, everything is already what it is. Like, you know what I mean? And then when we talk about meditation, right? Like people would say, hey, I know that you're hit with a split decision on things. Before you make your decision about it, go meditate about it. Like, you know what I mean? They're not saying give me your answer right now based upon the information that you're getting consciously right now. Tap into your subconscious mind while you're asleep, then come back and give me this information. Or sleep on it. Like, you know what I mean? Not while you're conscious right now and give me your answer. Go sleep on it. So go into your subconscious mind. Tomorrow, give me your answer. Like, you know what I mean? So
the subconscious is something that's outside of the body.
Definitely.
It's like the mainline program. It's like the mainline flow of everything.
I'm just making sure that because there's certain terms that's being used that's confusing me a little bit. So I got it.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So like you use the conscious mind in order to get to the subconscious. That's just like, you know, when somebody's games with you and shit, right? And they be like, nigga, I'm gonna go get my big cousin, and then we could come up. The big cousin is the subconscious. So when niggas is beefing with you and shit, they could come at you directly, but it's just like, yeah, whatever. But if niggas is sending subs, I'm subbing this nigga. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So, nigga, now you gotta come because nigga, we're talking directly to you, but we finna bring this shit out. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't even need to say your name. I'm subbing you, nigga. That means I'm going past your conscious shit. I'm going to the bigger game with this shit. I'm subbing. I'm going to your subconscious mind. Like, now you got to pull up. Like, you know what I mean? So sometimes subs ain't respected, but they are recognized. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this nigga subbed me. Like, you know what I mean? So it's really touching your fucking spiritual side of shit. It's not just no shit.
I like that because I always like to use like the Kabbalah as a reference tool as to, like, you know, they say we're the children of the sun, we come from the sun. I kind of see that as like we coming through the sun down here, through the sun and the moon down and onto the earth, and in order for us to rise back up the Kabbalah, we have to go back out the same way that we got here.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when you said that, like, go through the sun, you know, like, that's kind of, I see what you're saying. Like, that shit's dope.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, when it comes down to, you know, if we didn't have words, right, then we would ultimately talk. What is that shit? Telekinesis, through telekinesis, right?
Telepathically, yeah.
We don't even need that. You don't even have to be all. You don't even have to have your superpowers. Just use your eyes.
No, this is what I'm saying. So because we use words, now we're talking human to human, body to body, understanding to understanding, right? So now we have to say, hey, on this conscious level, I'm conscious. I understand what you're talking about because we're talking on this human shit. But if everything is on some symbolic shit, right? I don't need to pretty much say anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm subconsciously sending you these either symbols or signs or anything to let you know, like, hey,
Absolutely.
words don't even matter. Look at this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
So
I fuck with that.
The
I
human
fuck with
thing.
that. I live that. That's bars
like
right there, all the way.
It's the pool of the pool of thoughts.
Yeah. They were mentioning bliss earlier.
You said what?
You guys were mentioning bliss.
I think he froze out.
my shit.
I think he was saying bliss. But yeah,
you might have.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get that clarity on the whole conscious and subconscious and where that sits, you know, because I see the conscious kind of, you know, how we all see it. The conscious is the light, the matter, you know what I'm talking about, and the subconscious is everything that's beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you one more, and then I'm gonna pass the mic.
Okay.
Consciousness is just like the woke shit, right? Because again, consciousness only really is talking about being aware, being woke about some shit. So
right,
he was talking all that woke shit is just like, yeah, nigga, I'm woke too. I'm conscious about what's going on and yada yada yada. But niggas wasn't cracking the surface, right? So when you crack the surface in anything, think about a submarine that's underground. Think about, you know what I mean? Like a teacher, and then you got the substitute teacher. The substitute teacher is under that teacher. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like you really got to go beneath what's out on the, you know, what's on the
surface.
Go down. Yeah, exactly.
Who's really above though?
And when the substitute comes in, they do what is exactly on the curriculum. They're not supposed to deviate from that. And as I was just mentioning, like bliss before I went away, that's the baseline. That's actually the subconscious, the superconscious.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
You know, it's bliss. It's the full acceptance that everything is them. You know, and you have to consciously go back and tap into that to operate on this field in a magnified manner.
Yeah, you're constantly pulling either the light aspect of it or the dark aspect of it.
The dark aspect of it,
you know.
All right, go ahead. But the dark aspect of it is again that underground. Think about and I'm gonna upload this shit to my TikTok. Think about.
Hey, my fault, I got to slide. I got to do some shit in the morning. But I appreciate y'all, boys. Y'all already know.
Yeah, I'm out of power over here. You know, we off gridding. We living on the grace.
Right, I'm gonna tap in next time.
All right, peace, God.
Hey, much love, y'all. Peace be upon you. Thank you for having me.
Love.
Yeah.
But just think about the seed that's underground. You know, it's just as simple as that. Like, you know what I mean? It's underground, so it's just like it's not cracked. It's not above surface. The seed is underground, and then when it comes into, you know, fruition or it makes a transition, then it becomes above ground, and then people see it. They be like, "Oh, you see that shit right there?" But for the people who are on the underground, it's just like, you know, well, we've seen that shit on the subconscious level anyway. Like, y'all just now saying this shit and becoming woke, but it's just like, nah, like, you know what I mean?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That shit hit the light.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It takes its form. For real.
Right.
It takes its form.
Hey, I was gonna say, even with that pressure of kind of bringing it back around to like the powers that may be, you know, and that's putting that pressure on us. Do y'all believe that pressure? Because, you know, we say pressure creates a diamond. Do you believe that pressure has the ability to create something beyond the diamond? You know, is there another form beyond the diamond that can be created from the pressure of today?
But in what like, I guess, in what aspect?
Like, I guess when I say diamond, I mean like almost like I could use the body for example. Like, can the body? Is there another?
You mean
Can
like
there be another body? You know what I'm saying? Can there be another body that can be created?
No, you're, and I fuck with that, and I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna tell you exactly why. Because you and I like how you said the powers that may be, right? Not the powers that be. Right. So when we talk about the powers that may be, right? No matter how we put it, and I've been saying this shit for years, if we're talking about the government, right? Govern just means to control. Ment is short for mental, meaning mind. So you're controlling the mind, right? And wherever the mind goes, your ass is gonna follow, right? So when it comes down to that type of time, it's just like, okay, well, if we know that the government has certain things in a place that's going to keep us into what they want us to be, some people may be okay with that program. That's absolutely fine. This will be the diamonds that you're talking about. Nigga, I'm living the American dream. Nigga, I'm shining. Nigga, it's up. Boom. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Imagine the people who are not following that, that program. Like, you know what I mean? Imagine them saying, you want to know what? I'm going to supersede all of that shit into where just like what you call the American dream, I'm gonna make this shit my reality, right? And from that aspect, it's just like I'm superseding what this American dream. You can be the diamond. Go ahead and shine, do your Dougie. But nigga, where I'm at right now, from the information that this government has put out, guess what? Niggas up. They put me into a position to where just like they're telling me not to fuck with this shit. They're telling day in and day out.
Right.
That's what they're saying.
Right.
We smacking everything moving. Nigga, we doing this. Nigga, we doing that. What are you going to do?
Right.
Government, right. We're controlling. What are you going to do?
Exactly.
So it's just like, okay, well, the information been out there. I don't know why people is acting like, just like, because I've heard different people talking about this Kyrie shit. Well, that information has been out. So what are we? So it sounds good, but it's just like it's a reiteration of the same thing. So just like you said, so it's going to create, new diamonds may come about. The Hebrewz right now, they might feel like some diamonds right now. Like, nigga, yeah.
That's that pressure. That's that pressure.
So this is the information coming out. Like, nigga, we diamonds. You didn't know we was diamonds. But no disrespect on this on the Israelite shit. It's just like, nigga, don't you know we're supernovas to y'all stars, right? Y'all shining right now as stars. We're supernovas. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's a fact.
More of the information that comes in, we exploded. Like, y'all just getting y'all glimmer and shit is cool. I love it. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys are taking this energy and saying, hell yeah, like, nigga, we should have been done understood that we the Hebrewz. But the niggas who past that Hebrew time is just like, it's time for us to explode. Because now you got to look at niggas, just like what Self was talking about. And I hate to say his name because I know he ain't here, but Rashad was saying, like, yeah, y'all better get up on this woody wop type of time. And it's just like, nigga, you don't know what type of time we on? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, for this information to come out, you guys are going to have to look it up. Because now the question becomes, what's next?
Exactly.
If you guys are going to say, I am Hebrew, we already said I am.
That part right there.
Exactly. We've been saying it.
Now we become. If y'all gonna become stars, we're gonna become supernovas. If y'all gonna become diamonds, we're gonna become princess cut diamonds.
What they say? They went from I am Christian to I am Hebrew. Like, okay, that's a step, but get to everything already.
Right.
You know what I mean? Hit everything already. Y'all taking these little baby ass steps. Like, nigga, come on with it then, nigga.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Chopping. I am this. I am that.
They gonna stay there for a nigga. Right.
I feel that. That's damn near like, nigga, how they came with the Beyond Meats and all that type of shit. Motherfuckers like, oh, okay, yeah, the world is changing. People are changing their diets. And we like, nigga, we been on this alkaline shit.
Right.
Yeah, niggas been eating like that.
I can see that.
And that's the whole thing. But that was a good question because it's just like, you know, again, and you know, there's no disrespect to the people who's getting this quote unquote newfound understanding. Like, I love it. I love to see people coming into, you know, or their realities coming into, fruitions. But it's just like, if you stop there, what's going to happen? Imagine, let me say it like this. Imagine you playing baseball and shit, right? You at the home plate. Then you hit the ball, boom. You got the opportunity to hit a home run or a grand slam and get all your niggas back home. But you hit the ball and then the fucking defense is fucking up. Then you like, they like, yeah, we're going to allow you to get to second base. Second base? Like, you know what I mean? So they're yeah, go to second base, brother, second base. You got it. Second base. And you feel so juiced about, yeah, second base. As opposed to, hey, you want to know what? I started at home and I'm going back home.
Facts. You want the home run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They make you feel so good about, oh, I stole the base and I got away with it, nigga. Third. Nigga, you got to do the dance and shit.
Nigga slide home and shit.
Right. And it's just like, yeah, that's cool. But and if that's where people is at, I do not have a problem with that at all.
Right. It's part of the process.
It's a whole diamond. You start where you start at, you round that motherfucker, and you come back home. This is the whole fucking Wizard of Oz, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could stop at the scarecrow and just say, you want to know what? I just don't need to fear anything anymore. Or I just got to get my brain.
Like you said.
But then she had to go to a whole different thing. Now I got to get heart. Now I got to get, you know, whatever. And then there's no place like home. But people get so comfortable with what they're given as opposed to putting in that work and going back home.
That's what you was talking about with the pressure, you know, creating diamonds. I think the key word in that is creating.
God,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the process.
Right.
You got to start. That shit probably just a whole bunch of different elements, nigga, in the earth. And then the more pressure that builds from the mountain or whatever that's on top of these elements start to come into that and take that form. You feel me? So this is just another type of pressure that's hitting them, and hopefully they don't get stuck and that pressure just stop and then niggas don't continue to form into that diamond. You know what I mean? Like,
that pressure is going to stop because guess what? If you're controlled by the media,
yeah, they controlling how much pressure they give the people to try to form that.
Right.
Exactly.
They put to stop that shit immediately. So it's just
that's a fact.
If we're giving it to you, again, government control of the mind. If we're giving it to you, nigga, and you're not on your own accord, sorry, you still believe in a wizard, right?
Yeah.
This shit found out that the wizard has no more power than Dorothy got.
And pulled that curtain back.
Exactly.
I was like, hold on, nigga. Hey, that's
like for real though.
Hey, I feel like because this, based on the fact that people are at a certain level of consciousness. That's what I wanted to say earlier too, is that it's levels to consciousness. It's not something that you obtain and you automatically at the top. No, that's why you have, different civilizations like the Pallades and the fucking Sumerians and Lemurians and all them, because that's a certain level of consciousness that they obtain to get there. So like with us and the level of consciousness that we are at, imagine if we put that imagination together, bro, and really crystallize and materialize the imagination. Niggas could have whatever they want, bro.
That's literally the equivalent of us saying, nigga, fuck working tomorrow, nigga.
Right,
You know what I'm
right
saying? Like
there,
that'll
man.
crystallize a whole different type of reality for people to where it's like we would have to really manifest the reality that we want for ourselves. Because right now
That part, bro.
we're being projected a reality and just accepting that and walking with that shit
That
instead of
right there.
actually recognizing like, nigga, this ain't my this is a reality that's given to me. But I guess they've been swindled so crazy to where they think that it's their reality. Like that's the crazy thing. Like they
That
keeping
part.
this shit going because they think that this shit is like their shit, you know, and so they're projecting that in that way.
Yeah,
Definitely.
the crazy thing about it is that if we look at if we look at the wonders of the world, right? What is there like 7 wonders of the world? And
Mm-hmm.
it's just like I wonder what it took for that shit to, because we still think about who built these fucking monuments and shit, right? And
Yeah.
just wonder who the fuck did this shit. So these things were set in place for us to say maybe we shouldn't be just on the, no disrespect, minuscule level of thinking. It's just like, nigga, who did that? That's how my mind worked. Nigga, who did that?
Right.
Nigga, if they can do that, you know what I mean? I'm finna figure this shit out. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
When it
Who
comes
responsible for this shit?
exactly. So when it
Mhm.
comes down to that, is just like it's easy for you to, if you're not a worker, like, you know what I mean, to just say, hey, well, it is what it is type of shit. But if you one of them ones and your mind just be thinking mechanically and you gotta shake and move and you gotta try to figure shit out and you putting in that work and shit, it's just like, nigga, I bet you I can recreate this motherfucker. Even if it's not in the physical, guess what? I've tapped into the same energy of the niggas who tapped into that energy to create that shit, to recreate that shit in my mind,
Facts.
right? So when it comes down
Yeah.
to that, it's just like, again, man, the government is for the people who, just chilling. And there's nothing wrong with just chilling. They came out
Right.
with the saying ignorance is bliss. So it's just like, if you just chilling, hell yeah, just chill.
That's
And
your shit.
I don't have a problem with that. But for the people who claim to be this certain thing and they claim to, we got to do this and we got to do that and such a nigga, what do it? What's
That part, that.
I got the popcorn, man. My feet kicked up. I'm waiting to see what the fuck's gonna pop off. Like if
that's
they
my
gonna
thing,
pop
like,
off or
nigga,
what.
hey, look, because there's just like you said earlier, Pure. When it comes down to the levels of the shit, I believe in my certain time, it was just like, nigga, it was just like when it was time for me to do my shit, I was doing it. Like, you know what I mean? And that's why I'm at where I'm at right now. There's no question. There's no maybe I fucked up. There's none of that because I was sincere with the shit and I put in the work for the shit. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, yeah, I did the black movement. Like, you know what I mean? I did the, Black is Beautiful. Self was a part of that. Like, you know what I mean? We created something that at that point in time didn't even exist. Niggas didn't know what that Black is Beautiful. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? And then we
100%.
created what was going on in the 60s. And we was in the heart of, West Oakland to where the Panthers started. So we're just like, nigga, we did that. Like, you know what I mean? So it was that. But now, not to say that we're stuck on that. But let me say this. When we was out there, when we was leaving, there was an OG. He had to be like 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 years my elder. And he was like, 10 program, what is that? I'm like, nigga, you from out here. You don't know what a 10-point program is from the Panthers? Are you
That's
insane?
crazy.
Like, you know what I mean? But in my mind, I would think that everybody would know that.
Yeah.
Right? But it was just like, you want to know what? Maybe, certain people have certain, different strokes for different folks type shit. So I was just like, you want to know what this is about? And I actually read him the 10-point program and then, was able to educate him on that. Like, you know what I mean? To where I figured when I was going out there, if I'm talking to an elder, they were going to tell me, hey, when the Panthers was out here for, you know what I mean? So I had that type of energy. But anyway, so when it comes down to that, it's just like the levels that come with this shit come with work, right? And if you really about that shit, then be about. And this is, I've been saying this shit the whole show. If you about what you saying, really be about that. Really putting that work. And then on some regular shit, it might sound cocky, and then you're going to come into this I am shit.
Yeah.
Like that. And you know and again, if you need to hold on to something until you come into this, because now we're talking about the identity crisis, right? And we're talking about this identity crisis, and I talked to so many different Hebrewz to say, well, I don't know what my identity is, or I'm trying to figure out what my father was, and my father was this, so
Yeah.
you know, that's absolutely fine. But you know, that's still that still can be a sense of propaganda to where you're trying to figure out who you are. So they sell you religion that's tied to an identity, right? But people don't understand that people ask you for your ID. The rest of the ID is an entity. Identity, right? So you are a whole ass entity. It has nothing to do with your physical. And as soon as you identify as your identity, as an entity in the physical, it's over, my guy.
That's a fact right there. I like how you broke that down too.
Man, y'all know I'll play with words all day. But I'm just to say that please don't be stuck at second, third, first base. Make a
Yep. Keep it pushing.
home run, my guy. Trust me,
Keep it
it's nothing
pushing.
I am shit.
Look, man, I'm at the point of consciousness where I'm like, nigga, what's up, bro? Let's build the pyramids, my nigga, because we got we got
Right.
it, bro. We got it. Niggas got it. You know what I'm saying? Self has his own level of consciousness and his own, you know, magnetism. You have your own magnetism. I have my own magnetism. Imagine if we poured all that shit together, what that would create. You know what I'm talking about? Like, nigga, something beyond the imaginary world, something that is of the imaginary world. So
Niggas,
that's kind of where I'm at, nigga. I'm ready. I'm like, what's up,
yeah,
bro?
Niggas
Let's
here,
put the petition out.
Hey, look.
All the niggas on the panels, whoever, you know what I'm talking about? Like, everybody that's there consciously. And, you know, of course, there's things in between that you got to, you know, all the codes and all that, you know, when it comes to coming together and making sure that everybody is on that love frequency and all that. But hey, man, look, we got it, bro. We got the tools.
I'm gonna tell you a part of the pyramid that you already created, and that shit is always going. I'm telling you, for anybody who's on this type of time, when you hear that song, for me, I have to just speak for me. When you hear that song, it's just like, nigga, this is it. Like, nigga, what can you do?
Hell yeah.
let me break that down into a finer perspective, right? There was a female who I was, you know, kicking this shit to and shit, right? And she's like, hey, well, you know, and this black thing, you know, I feel so much enraged and yada yada yada. And she was like, well, why are you so calm about this shit when you're highly educated and you know? And I'm like, guess what? I got a children's book that's coming out. And the way that this shit is going to hit is going to allow people to know that I'm not angered by anything, but I'm happy. And I'm going to put out information that's going to feed the children that come behind me, right? So always creative. The creative stance is always dope. Sometimes people feel like, man, I gotta fight. I gotta do this. I gotta say this. You ain't gotta do nothing. Hey, where's your? Because you said it earlier, Pure, with the artistic level of things. Create.
Facts.
Right? Sometimes people think that, you know, I'm gonna just get this shit off real quick, yada yada yada, and then they do that and guess what? They go back to, you know, let me say it plain. The niggas who be marching and shit and protesting and doing all this other shit, some of them just do that shit. They get their rocks off real quick. They go back to work the next week.
Definitely.
Exactly.
The artists who are really affected by this shit spiritually, they say, hey, artistically, I'm finna fuck this shit up.
Every time.
I'm finna create some type of art that's going to live forever.
It's formless.
Man. So
That's what type of time he's on.
Yeah, so when it comes down to, just like you said, Pure, about building this pyramid, the pyramid is to the art. There's an art to building that pyramid that we don't even understand, that we understand now, that it's just like, guess what? I'm gonna build that shit. But
now
guess what? That shit is already built. So guess what? How can I mimic what was there? Art. I'm gonna go up. Like, you know what I mean?
What?
Man, look.
That's it.
Create,
it.
man.
Niggas gotta create and paint the picture.
They call it an artifact.
Right.
In facts.
Hey, hieroglyphs. God damn it.
That's it right there.
We here, man. That's what we doing. We creating. We putting in the work. We putting that shit out. You know what I'm saying? It don't stop with just this. We got shit. This is the action. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we on the podcast, but the podcast is being broadcasted. Not only is that, we got music out. We got all types of shit, man. We in the field, man. We in the field for real.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's bring that shit here.
Y'all, imagine y'all, and I have to say the music that y'all put out. Musically, I haven't touched certain realms that y'all touched, right? Because y'all the wave, y'all the future, y'all the new wave, right? And I super appreciate y'all. Again, when I heard this song, I'm like, nigga, it's lit. But when it comes down to talk about the people who were building the pyramids, they probably were just like, who the fuck is, you know what I mean? So the people in that time probably didn't even understand or appreciate what was taking place at that time. So what y'all doing right now with the music is just like, all right, yeah, you know, some people give you your proper, some people don't. But just imagine being at the tip of anything, being at the start of anything. It's just like, nah, nigga, that ain't the wave. Then the wave comes, and you like,
yeah,
niggas been surfed the wave. That's why it's like, you know, our pyramid gonna look different than they pyramids.
That's what I mean. Exactly.
Yeah, our pyramid's gonna look different than they pyramids.
Right.
But, yeah. Hey, niggas is lit, man. The rise will continue for sure. There's no doubt about that from us. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could just end the show with that song. You feel me? But they finna try to block out some shit.
That's crazy. So what happened? They blocked it. I mean, we own the rights to it. So what happened?
Man, because you know they're looking at it from like, oh, free your mind. They're not the owner of that song.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they're not giving me an option to say, oh, I'm the owner, and then at least on Facebook, on YouTube, they'll let it run.
Right.
They let it run on YouTube, but on Facebook, it'll block out, you know, a certain amount. I think they stopped Woon from going live and shit. Like they cut off his live.
Is that right?
I mean, maybe potentially ending the show. It's like, what the fuck else y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna end the live? We already ended the live. You know what I'm saying? The beginning, they can't touch shit. Maybe the end, they could. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it's we already didn't say what we needed to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I know the copyright restriction is a little bit stricter on Facebook, so yeah.
Yeah, Facebook
they be tripping like a motherfucker.
Yeah, we finna have to go back to MySpace and shit, man. It's
real shit, man. I'm telling you, man. There's a lot of, you know, melanated, conscious people of the community and what have you that are creating apps to where we could utilize to get off they shit, you know, because that's truly the wave right there. Like, if we're not creating our own platforms, our own networks, our own apps, our own, you feel me? Then we're gonna keep using that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we gotta create our own shit. We creators. This is what we do.
Exactly.
The idea of what they created came from us.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, that's a fact.
So yeah, that's what it is, man. But yeah, in terms of just, consolidation, that's what I'm ready to consolidate some shit. Let's consolidate some shit. You know what I'm talking about? Let's bring that shit together. You feel me?
Hey, when they ready, they ready. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I feel like that, there's still some work that needs to be done until internal.
Okay.
Internal until niggas is
look, we can have a private conversation outside of this shit to see who really, you know what I'm saying? Because Self, you already know what time we on, nigga. So like,
yeah,
and Woon, you know too. So you know what I'm saying? Like, let's consolidate it, bruh. And the more that we could, the more that can participate into that imagination, the bigger the imagination could be.
That's a fact.
Facts. Yeah, no, that's a fact. Yeah, no, this shit, man. This was one of them ones for sure. And niggas went straight in from the beginning too, though. Like it was straight forward. You know what I'm saying? And kind of just bringing it full circle back to the topic, man. Hey, when it comes to like what you were saying, Woon, when it comes to everything going on, people just gonna have to. This is something that niggas is going through, and hopefully they don't get stuck on second base. You know what I'm saying? Like hopefully they keep it pushing and they don't just get stuck in that realm of information. Like dive into everything and try to piece together all these different pieces of the puzzle to make the picture crystal clear. You know what I'm saying? No questions asked afterwards. Like, okay, yeah, we know how we rocking. Because then ultimately on a massive scale, it's gonna take some time to get to that point. But on a massive scale, that's when what you talking about, Fred, like that imagination when it's like, oh yeah, no, we finna do what the fuck we want to do. That's when that shit finna really kick off. And I think they call that the golden age. You know what I mean? Because once you got the understanding, like it's up, like you know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, look, though, I'm not even talking about on the masses. I'm talking about right here.
Definitely. We can run. We can run.
You feel me? That's what I'm talking about. Because ultimately, like the key ingredient to that is, one of the key things that we got to keep in mind is that nigga, we can't save everybody. We already know that, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact.
But that's what ultimately, and I hate to say it like that, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a whole I guess you want to say ethnicity of people or a group, the chosen people to come into a certain understanding at the same time, but they should even understand that their understanding is kind of skewed because there's just like what Self said earlier, is just like there's multiple denominations of Hebrews or Israelites all together. So it's just like y'all gotta still get past that. Fuck what this mainstream media is telling you guys and allowing you guys to understand that you may be Hebrew. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Then after that is to say, okay, well, can we all come together? And then what comes after that is to say, okay, well, now that we're all together, now what? Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So many different levels that comes to this shit, and it's just like, and again, I would have hoped, maybe even wished that, that some of them would have pulled up to this podcast so then we can have somewhat of an understanding or a blueprint that they may have for us to even go by and even support. Like, you know what I mean? Because we're not
definitely
in support of what they got popping. It's just like, okay, well, if we know that the battery that's being put in you guys' back is coming from the mainstream media, then it's just like, okay, so outside of what this Kyrie shit is, outside of what Kanye was talking about, outside of the celebrity shit, what is the plan in motion? Do you guys plan to sit back and wait for Yeshua to come to get this shit popping? Or do you guys really say that we have to come back into the laws and the statutes and commandments of the Most High, and then we have to put shit in motion? So we need, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that have to be discussed. And I think that, that we actually set up the platform, even though we may not agree with, the overall I guess I want to say doctrine that you guys believe in, but we're still open enough to say, well, what's the movement? Like, you know what I mean? And then you guys can come on the platform and talk your shit and push your movement. Like, you know what I mean? But I think that, you know, again, with the media pumping this shit, it's just like, okay, they got our back, but what are we doing? Like, you know what I mean? Okay, they saying some real shit. Okay, we're this, but what happens after that? They don't know. Like, you know what I mean? We're just like, okay, well, please come up with some type of, you know, if y'all saying that y'all got to come back to the laws and statutes and commandments, please start incorporating that. Start coming together. Fuck what denomination of Hebrewz that y'all got beef with and shit like that. Just come to some understanding. If this is y'all movement, I'm with y'all. Like, you know what I mean? Just like I said, I'm on some observative type of shit. Like, I will participate, but if I observe y'all can't even get along, then why am I going to participate? What does that look like?
All right. Yeah, man. Shout out to the Hebrew brothers and sisters for sure. You know, maybe, you know, in the near future, as things progress from where they are at right now with this whole situation, we'll be able to chop it up with a couple of brews on here and see what, you know, see what's popping, see what the, you know, see what the energy is like after all of this, because I'm definitely curious to see what just, you know, just check their energy real quick, like just see how their presence is right now, like if they got a different type of, you know, spunk in their step or something, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
definitely curious to see that.
I have to say this for y'all ones who talking about this shit is more popping than the I am shit. Pull up.
Yeah, just pull up. That's all we're gonna have to say. That's it. Just pull up.
Don't be tricked by this media. Don't think that y'all got one up. And I'm talking, excuse my energy, but I'm talking to the ones who probably think that, no, nigga, this I am shit is where it's at. Because you will say in this particular time, I am Hebrew. I feel good about being I am Hebrew. You already said I am. It's already done. Sorry about that.
Been done. We already had it, man. And shout out to the chat too, man. I seen Miss Royalty. There was a couple people in here. I think they must have seen the title and ran or something, bro. I don't know. You know what I mean? I seen Mike. I did see Mike pull up earlier. Mike was in the building for a second.
Hey, look, man. We fuck with all y'all.
Unless that's a different type of Mike.
100%.
That's all I'm saying. Come fuck with us. It's lit.
Yeah, man.
That's some crazy shit. How you could be at a certain level where you fuck with everybody, but they don't fuck with you like that. That's some crazy shit right there, man.
Right. You know, niggas got their own, you know what I'm saying, like thing, but at the same time, it's like niggas don't hate what they got going on with the understanding. Sometimes them niggas be really getting mad at us for asking certain questions or dropping certain shit or you know what I mean? Like
they take it personal.
Yeah, they take it personal because of how they are viewing their belief and how strongly they stand in that shit. You know what I mean? And that's what's up. But it's like, again, when you test it against the ones, you know, you put that shit against the test and it don't add up, you can't get mad at us. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta check your shit.
We're the pressure squad. We're gonna create diamonds or we're gonna bust pipes around this motherfucker. What's poppin'?
Hey, straight up. I mean, it is what it is. You really gotta come and drop that shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially, I mean, with this hit, like, if you don't know already, this is, you know, one of your first couple of times watching the show, please reference back into our previous shows. We have had discussions with Hebrewz on this platform multiple times. So you can go watch those. You know, like I said, I'm curious to see if they evolve from those phases or those stages in our talks, our builds and stuff like that, to see where they at with it right now. You know what I'm saying? If there's any new nigga clairvoyance that then popped up, or, you know, like I said, a new pep in they step, something. You know what I'm saying?
We ultimately love if we didn't fuck with the Hebrewz, why would we give them opportunity to come onto the platform and spill their spill? Like, you know what I mean? Watch the very first one, because we actually sat and watched, you know, one of their top persons read from the Bible. We was sitting back chilling. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like now we've been patient. We've been respectful. We've been everything, try to be understanding. But it's just like, if we want to see you guys do y'all Dougie, then now we have to participate and we have to say, hey, you want to know what? What else?
Yeah, like what's new? So that should be the next thing for at least something like one of the Hebrewz. Maybe they could pull up. I don't know if they're watching right now,
Yeah,
but
just look.
maybe we could just even reach out to them and be like, hey man, we want to give y'all the platform to kind of give us a heads up of what y'all got popping now. If it's the same thing or like y'all got some, y'all adding something like what's you know what I mean? Like what's going on?
We love y'all. We fuck with y'all. That's what we have to, y'all understand it's not beef. And we understand it's not beef. So it's just like, hey, come fuck with us. It's up. We're not a part of y'all religious belief, but the understanding is there.
Yeah.
It's an open discussion. That's all it is. It's an open discussion. But I want to say this though, like while y'all both here, I want to give y'all flowers while y'all both here. You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Y'all look, check this out, man. What y'all doing is a beautiful thing. Y'all got this platform where y'all allowing people to free their minds and come together. Y'all magnetizing and spiritualizing and all materializing and all that right here with this platform right here. And that's a beautiful thing. So shouts out to y'all, what y'all doing. I know there's a lot of people that's chiming in, watching. There's a lot of spectators who may not jump in and may not comment. But no, for sure, motherfuckers is watching, and it's a beautiful thing that you're doing. So salute to y'all, man.
No, I appreciate that. Man, that shit is just like, and I kind of already accepted those flowers by you coming on. And I have to say this, because it's real important. In these last few months or maybe even weeks, people that usually are in the chats or in, just like, either, in the comment section have started to come out and be on the show. And I'm like, oh shit.
That's
like,
dope.
You know what I mean? So coming to that, I appreciate everybody who, I appreciate y'all just like y'all appreciate us. Like, you know what I mean? Because the relationship is there, especially for the people who have been, have made that transition to come from just being in the comments to actually showing their faces. And I'm like, damn, people been pulling up, like, you know what I mean? Like all type of shit. That. And then, me and Self was talking about, doing this, the year show and shit, just like, it's been a whole year. So it's just like seeing people come from not being active to being active, like to me, that's a beautiful thing. So yeah, like that shit is lit.
Yeah.
On y'all for sure.
Yeah, always, man. Always love for sure, man. To everybody that joins the show, be in the comments, you know what I mean? Like this is it's like a community, you know what I'm saying? Like niggas is really building a certain type of community for reals, like of like-minded, different type of mind, like the learners, the whatever. Like it's a free open platform. And that's the beautiful thing. Like we get all these different perspectives from all these different people that do, decide to come fuck with us, whether they in the comments or, you know what I mean, like actually pull up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that shit is the same amount of appreciation for reals. Go back to y'all.
Yeah, for real.
100%.
Yeah, man. So
yeah, it's about that time, man. We we like 4 hours. Yeah, we supposed to hit that 4 hour mark. So
close this thing out. I'm gonna sneak something in, man. I'm gonna sneak something in on this closeout, man. Don't say nothing. Hey, we own the rights, goddammit.
So again,
Facebook, if you watching.
What's today? The 10th? What is it? The 9th, 10th? 9th? 10th. Yeah, so it's coming, and I have to end with this. It's coming real close to my children's book coming back to me and me getting these physical copies. So within these next couple weeks, please be on the lookout for that. It's called Go Out and Play, talking to the young life, and for whatever age. Like when you read it, you'll understand what I mean by that. But for the most part, it's about the young life. Like you know what I mean. Go out and play, children's book. So yeah, it's gonna be lit within these next few weeks. And
100%. Salute.
For sure. I think you're on mute, so.
Your volume
Oh
is.
shit! Oh shit! My bad. I said I always do that. Thank you, son. Appreciate you, bro, for real, for sliding through as always. I know this ain't gonna be the last one, so
Facts.
you know what I mean. It's up now.
100%.
We're gonna start really rocking. We got another I am in the building.
Oh yeah, it'll get crazy. It'll get crazy.
It's
if I really get up in there, it'll get crazy. You know what I'm saying? I kind of was sitting back this show, but it'll get crazy if I get up in there.
Definitely.
Subscribe, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like, share. You feel me? If you're on Facebook, again, this the raffle is for subscribers on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
gotta be subscribed. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. My bad, because I have to because I need to put that in there and shit too. But it's so important for y'all to do that. Already, because we might do individual things, self, and I'm just saying this publicly right now.
Yeah.
There's already got a couple things that I want to raffle off that's absolutely brand new. Like
Okay.
you know, then we can also incorporate other things. So it's just like oh, y'all would want to tap in with with subscribing and because I just now looked at the first show that we did. What was it like a couple of days ago, and we are in our 11th month. So December,
it's right here,
the full year. So we got a couple weeks. So y'all got a couple weeks in order to subscribe at least. And these last couple of weeks, subscribe just to let us know with us. Like, you know what I mean? And then you have the option to win. I hate to say it like the people who've been subscribed from the gate, but hey, raffles happen how raffles happen. You gotta play to win, man.
That's a fact. Yeah, man, that's about it right there for you. Subscribe. You already know what it is. Another episode of Free Your Mind podcast.
Hey,
in the books.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Next time, next week. Yeah.
Peace, guys.
Peace.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.